Hello, you guys. Y'all, how's everybody doing? I'm gonna let y'all start coming into the room. I see 3 people, sis. I know I came on a little bit early. Hey, Miss Shan. How is everybody doing? Hey, Tyranny. How y'all doing on this Sunday? Hey, ZK. We're going to let everybody start getting the notifications and start coming into the room. Okay. Hey, Voss. Joy Loves God, Divine Black Rose. I'm doing good. Miss Carolyn, Miss ZK. Did I miss anybody? How's everybody doing? Y'all know we normally wait like 5 minutes and for everybody to start coming in. We're going to talk about the No Jumper interview that Govan did, and we're going to talk about Trump says only he can save Memphis. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the lines for people to call in. Hey, Anissa. Anissa, are you on the first page or are you on the second page? Because I tried to find your page to see if you was blocked. The only way for me to see, because you're not in my block list, another way for me to see is to go to your actual channel. Hey, Kawana, Clarinetta. Yeah, we're just going to wait for more people to start coming in. She's on the second page. Anissa, copy your link and send it to me in my Facebook Messenger, your page link, so that I can go to your page and see if you're blocked, because this is one more way for me to do it. See, because when I put your channel name in, your channel don't come up. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. Please like, share, and subscribe. Hold on, wait, I think I just found her. Let me see. Now, Anissa, come into the first channel and see what happens. For some reason, it didn't show that you was hidden in my block list, but when I just went to your channel, it says that you were hidden from the channel. So come into the first channel and see if you can actually post. Hey, Chocolate, Genova. Did I miss anybody? Yeah, we normally is been. Hey, Miss Keita. Did I speak to Clarinetta? Okay, I can see you now, Nissa, because I see your green thing, your membership. You all make sure y'all hit the like button. Somebody else was hidden from, I think it was Chocolate or somebody that was hidden from my channel, and I was trying to find. I was like, Chocolate. People could see her in the chat, but I couldn't see her. Okay, you guys. I wanted to talk about because I'm going to do a review on the interview that Hernandez Govan had did with No Jumper, right? But first, I want to talk about President Trump. Before I get into that, I want to say shout out to um, Howard Barnett. Of course, Howard Barnett is missing. Okay, he definitely went missing under suspicious circumstances. He's been missing now since 2017. Okay, I want to give a shout out to everyone that showed love to his family. Those that were sending had sent cash apps that night, and some even sent cash apps, two cash apps that yesterday, right? Definitely, if you want to give, um, I will send it to him. I will send it to them, right? Um, Make sure if you have not looked at the show to go and look at the show. Shout out to his brother who came on the show. I think that was just a awesome thing that he did, as far as like coming on the show and speaking about his brother. And it was very emotional. It's been very emotional for his family. Hopefully, if there's somebody out there that knows what happened to Howard, some hearts will be convicted. Hopefully, this will make the police officers or whoever else that was in the chat that night, it would make them go back to the drawing board so that Howard Barnett's family can get some peace, right? As you heard his brother say, this is definitely taking a toll on his family, not knowing what had happened to his brother. And so I think that it's been 8 years. His daughters, his mother, his father, his siblings, everybody that loved Howard Barnett, okay, they deserve peace. As his brother said, they deserve a place to go, and just his remains or whatever, they deserve to go, be able to go and put a tombstone there and pay their respects to him. Hey, his like I said, his brother is just an awesome guy. Um, did a brave thing, a stand-up guy, and I really appreciate him coming on to the podcast. And we've made an agreement that at some point he's going to come back onto the podcast to give some updates and all of that. So I would appreciate that. We haven't decided a date, just when he's ready. My platform is definitely always open to him uh, to come and talk about his brother, in hopes that we can get the people, which would be law enforcement, if I just believe in my spirit that some people from law enforcement was convicted, right? There was some convictions as it relates to going back to the drawing board and reigniting the case of Howard Barnett, right? So yeah, and reigniting the case of Howard Barnett. So we definitely want to keep his family in prayers. We want to pray for justice. Okay. And I just believe that as we speak in the spiritual realm, okay, that God is allowing some things to happen as it relates to them giving this family some answers. 8 years, I was always told biblically, 7 is an ending and 8 is a new beginning. And I believe that God is getting ready to give them a new beginning as it relates to reigniting and telling these people so that they can have some type of closure and peace what has happened, because law enforcement, right, can solve this case, what has happened, and giving them peace, because they deserve that. They do. Shout out to his brother for coming on to the show, and like I said, just being so awesome. He did an awesome interview. He's been very kind. I could tell he's a street guy, and he's such a teddy bear. So, but for him to open up and talk about his brother and just be so awesome with it, hey, we all appreciate that, right? And so, like I said, anybody send cash apps, if you send cash apps, if you sending it to their family, make sure you put donation to Howard Barnett's family on the cash app that you send, and then I'll send it directly to them. Okay. Anyways, you guys, like I said, I wanted to I just believe something is happening. I just do. I believe God. This is year number 8. This is a new thing that is happening. God is doing a new thing. That this is number 8. So I believe that God is going to give their family what they deserve as well. I think it's going to be a double thing. They're gonna find out what happened to him, and then there's gonna be justice. So God is gonna send it in twos. Okay. Anyways, you guys. So Trump says that he can save Memphis. Okay. Trump says that he can save Memphis. Hold on one second. Hold on, you guys. Let me pull that up, and then we're gonna get into the no jumper interview. Y'all, listen, President Trump is crazy. Crazy down the road, listen. Look, they said, look, y'all, Trump is crazy. It says Trump claims credit for Memphis crime decline, says only he can save Memphis. Now, I don't think the National Guard has gotten to Memphis yet, so I wonder how he's taking credit for crime decline. It ain't down. It says President Trump says a recent decline in crime in Memphis is because of the work of federal agencies under him, and that no crime and that a no crime miracle would begin with the arrival of federal help. So they're calling this project, y'all, the no crime miracle. Okay. When he sent the federal agents in, they call it the no crime miracle. He says the only reason crime is somewhat down in Memphis is because the FBI and others in the federal government at my direction have been working there for 5 months on the absolutely terrible crime numbers. He said in a statement reposted Saturday evening on a social media account. Now, what Trump just did was what Trump just did was he just let it be known that he has also sent in federal entities from out of Washington, right? Because all cities have a branch of the FBI, right? Just like Memphis does. You can go to a branch of the FBI in Memphis, right? So he's saying that he sent in federal entities 5 months ago that has been helping to work on the crime. Now that's what he's saying. What I do know is that federal prosecutors are being pressured to get some of these cases to trial. I do know that. It says, but the real work by us has barely begun. This is what Trump is saying. He says, but the real work by us has barely begun. That happens after we make the official announcement that we're coming. And when we do that, we did in now very safe Washington, D.C., the no crime miracle begins. Only I can save them, Trump wrote. City leaders last week were touting crime numbers they said were at 25-year low and homicide at a 6-year low. The same time, talk began mounting of a possible National Guard deployment in Memphis. Barely 3 days later, Trump said in a Fox News interview that Memphis would be the next city to see a National Guard deployment similar to Washington, D.C. The president said he made the decision after a FedEx board member suggested Memphis would be a good place to deploy troops, saying he was forced to ride in an armored vehicle in the city. Trump has portrayed National Guard deployment as a response to rising crime through DC. City leaders also say their crime numbers have dropped in recent years. A unscientific poll on WREG showed strong public support for the National Guard coming to the city to help battle crime. 81% of respondents said bring them on, while 18% said keep them out. So the majority of Memphis, contrary to what the politicians are saying, the what's up, Hitter? The majority, 81% of Memphis, because crime is so out of control. You know, they're saying the YNs have taken over Memphis, right? So 81% of the people are saying, because hey, we the people have to live in the city. So 81% of the people are saying bring it in. At this point, anything, they'll try anything to get this crime down. Okay. Now, anybody that's in DC, that lives in Washington, DC in here, did the National Guard actually really help the crime to go down? I don't know if anybody's in here from DC, because he said that the National Guard was deployed in DC and it took crime down. So he said Trump forgot to say big beautiful. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. As y'all come into the room, please do hit the like button. Okay, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe to the channel. Right now, we're talking about Trump is saying that he is the only person that can save Memphis. Hey, listen, I gotta say, I don't have any issues with the National Guard coming in, because I've seen how out of control crime is and how the judges are just letting these folks commit crimes, and it's like they get right back out. Okay, it seems like to me the only way you go to jail is if they really keep you in jail. Let me see. I don't know. Maybe if you got something going on for yourself, because a lot of they call the YNs that are committing these crimes, they don't have jobs. They don't really have money to pay for lawyers. They don't have money to put into the system. They don't have money to they don't have money to this number look familiar. Hold on, y'all. For have mercy. You shouldn't even be like that. Okay. Yeah, I see. When did they say that? When did they say the troops are coming? Well, he said any in the military, but you at work? Oh, okay, well, I'm on my podcast. I'll call you when I get off. Come into the chat. Well, you can come. Well, you can come on. I'm okay. All right. Yeah. All right. This one of the police officers I used to work with, and we ain't never went together neither. Okay, never did nothing. Anyways, I told him join us in the chat, y'all. Anyways, you guys. So hey, I don't have any issues. Okay, with I don't have any issues with them bringing in the National Guard. Okay, hold on. Steven sent me about how Baltimore um hit a crime rate hit an all-time low. And I think, if I want to say, I think that Baltimore is a little I think that Baltimore is a little bigger. Okay. He says the troops will be there in November. Yeah, I think the troops will be in November. Hey, if you ask me, the sooner the better. Okay. I think with crime being out of control, it has to start inward. I always say this, it has to start inward and then go outward. And when I say inward, parents are going to have to be more proactive in the household. And I know that a lot of households, I'm not insensitive to a lot of households being single parent households. Okay. And so we can go back and forth all day about, where mothers shouldn't have had these babies, but well, the kids are here. Now that's beating a dead horse when we start talking about woulda, shoulda, coulda. Okay. Now what you have a lot of innocent children here, especially if they're minors that did not ask to be here. And so what's going to have to happen is it's going to have to be more of a healthy male figure in the household. Okay. There have been mothers, I take my hats off to them, raising men of valor since the beginning of time, right? But these boys need a strong father figure in the household. These girls need a father figure in the household too. Okay. And I know we talk about we're strong women, this, and that, but hey, we want a man in the household that provides for the household and is head of the household, right? Because you can't be the head if you ain't. Because I'm gonna tell y'all this. I grew up, okay, and I know people say all the time, I know times change, but they ain't changed that much. Okay. I understand that back then the mothers didn't work and the fathers took care of the household. Now, you have to have two parents that work in the household, but I mean, they got to work though, right? Okay. Um, and so I think that it is vital that young men see a strong, healthy father like image in the household that provides, okay, that provides, and that's guiding the house in the right direction. Okay. Hey, good black men are definitely needed in their children's lives, and even if they are not with the mother, they still need to be a constant presence in their children's lives. Hey, it that therefore, if they have their fathers and stuff in their lives constantly validating them, no OG can talk your son into being his hit man. No OG can be sending your son out because you've already validated your son. He already has a strong man presence in the household. Okay. Young girls are not tricked by, everybody fall in love or think that they're in love at some point, but young girls are being validated by their fathers, continuously telling them, I love you, I love you. Hey, my dad used to embarrass me all the time kissing on me. Okay. But it was always, my dad's family has always been very affectionate, even his sisters. Okay. It was always, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, you love me. That could be embarrassing. And that's why I always do that with my girls. I love you, I love you, I love you. And I think that is important. you know um that's why I tell everybody I love them. Some people ain't never been told that I love you. That's why I tell people I love you. I love you. I think that's what is missing. Love is missing and structure is missing. People don't know anything about love, because if you do, you can't just go and just take somebody else's life or some money, or you can't just go and take somebody else's, just be dismissive of human life, right? So I think that respect and love and structure is what is missing. And somehow we got to get back to the center of that foundation, right? Therefore, when we do that, because it is a lot of the young people that are committing these heinous crimes, right? They being tricked out of their positions because they want to belong, right? That's what's going on. They want to belong. And we talk about peer pressure, but peer pressure is a mother. Okay, it's okay to stand alone. Y'all see how these folks on here lies on me? Okay, don't know me but lies on me. Okay, but it's okay, because you will always have, when you're validated, when you've been validated and you know who you are, right? You do, you, hey, that right there don't even bother you, and you're able to stand on a solid foundation and do what it is that is necessary to do, and that is persevere, right? That is persevere. We have to teach about perseverance. And so I think with all these programs that they say are out there, when I was growing up, they spoke about peer pressure. Okay. Dot again says, I say that to my family, male and female, and family members, and they say it back. My daddy always taught me, tell people you love them while they can hear you. Let me tell you something that hey Dominic, I'm gonna tell you something that my dad's dad, who has been a deacon. My granddad has been a deacon, and he's 80 something. Now, he's been a deacon since I was a little girl. He was a deacon at the church. I forget the name of that church that was in North Memphis. God, I can't remember it. But my granddaddy used to say, you can love, I'll love the hell out of somebody. And my granddaddy was not a cusser. He used to always say, you just love the hell out of them. And he was talking about hell, you know, just love the hell out of them. He was always big on that too, and still is. Oh, I love you. I love you. And that's why I do it now. Okay. I tell people now, I love you. And sometimes hey, sometimes it take them by surprise, like, huh? I love you. I could love a person with the love of God that is on the inside of me. Okay. And sometimes that's all people need. Okay. Sometimes that's why I always try to make, when people talk to me, I always try to make it a safe place and a safe haven for them to talk to me. I can remember when and this is a true story, Lorenzen Wright's mother, she's a tough woman. Okay. And when she used to come over to my studio, and when I would interview her, she would tell me things that she didn't tell the main media. Right. And so she would get on my show and she would talk about a lot of those things. And I can remember this guy named Randy. He is the camera guy for whatever show that Meryl Purvis is on. And I talked to Randy about this to this day. I remember Randy had reached out to me, and I didn't know at the time that this is what news anchors do. And hey, and Randy reached out to me like he wanted to get a show on the network, and he was asking me questions, and me being naive, I was telling him, like, what do you do? This, and that. And I was just telling him, right? And I can remember I called Randy and cussed him out so bad because Randy ended up, I was telling him some ideas that I wanted to do. And then next thing I know, Meryl Purvis was doing them. Okay. And I remember calling Randy, and he was like, oh yeah, I filmed that for him. I said, well, I said, that sounds like the same thing I told you. They cutthroat in that industry. I cussed Randy out so bad, it was ridiculous. But he's still the cameraman. I believe Meryl Purvis was on Channel 5. Yeah, on Channel 5. But I said that to say this. His mother used to tell me things when I would get people to come to my show to speak about their loved ones. If they told me this was off the record, I made sure that it was off the record. I did not get on my TV show and talk about things that they told me not to talk about. I've always, especially when I know the families are going through enough, I always try to make them talking to me a safe place, right? And not just them, but anybody. Okay, I try to make it a safe place for them, and I think that's missing too. Okay, people don't really, have integrity and stuff anymore. She said my appointment was on channel 13. I think Merle Purvis was on channel 13. And she had, there was this other camera guy that I had went to church with, that was their camera guy. And then when I talked to him about it, he was like, they're very cutthroat like that. He said, you just don't know how cutthroat it is in that industry. I was like, wow, you know. But hey, I saw Randy again. I talked to him when this situation, he was covering the Young Dogs case. Anyways, you guys, hey, I welcome the National Guard coming into Memphis. I do. I welcome the National Guard, and that's what I do. I think that it is absolutely is necessary, and like I said, in order for our communities to get better, it's going to have to start inward. Thank you, Anissa. It's going to have to start inward, meaning we're going to have to make sure that our kids are doing what they're supposed to do. It starts inward and goes outward. Therefore, if we do what we're supposed to do, if we're consistently watching our kids, like I said, I think it's a darn shame if your child is 13, 14 years old, staying out all night, every night. I think that's a shame. Okay, your child should not be, hey, it's something wrong there. Okay. The National Guard shouldn't have to give your teenage child, your teenage son or daughter, a curfew. You're supposed to have enough control for that. You're supposed to have enough control for that. Okay. Anyways, y'all, hey, here says they said the National Guard is coming to Memphis, and hold on, y'all. It's coming to Memphis in November. So hey, I welcome that. I do. I welcome it. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. I'm looking at the likes. Y'all run the likes up, okay? Like I said, please support the channel. And if you want to if you want to support Howard Barnett's family, if you send a cash out, make sure you put donation to Howard Barnett's family so that I can send it to them. Okay, if you want to still do that, all right. Thus far, they appreciate what you all had given. Okay. So, anyways, you guys, hey, like I said, I welcome the National Guard, and Trump says he the only person that can save Memphis. Everything else has failed. So hey, I say let's give it a try. That's how I feel about it. If nothing else has worked, and Trump says that he is the one that can save Memphis, then we'll just see. Okay, if he is the one that can save Memphis, because I'm telling you, we're on a sinking ship at this point. Okay. All right, you guys. I want to talk about the interview that Govan did with No Jumper. Okay. Hernandez Govan did an interview with No Jumper. Let's see. Okay, so I guess he's got a 1 and a 2 and a 3. I guess he's got a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Day one. Okay, so he talked about his upbringing on here. Hold on, you guys.
Coolest podcast in the world, and today we're having a talk with the man of the moment, somebody who has been making a lot of waves, a lot of noise, to say the least. Today we have Hernandez Govan on the podcast. How you doing, man?
Hey, what up, Al?
How you feeling?
Feeling good, right? But still.
Excellent. I'm with Remo, so nothing to complain about.
Remo.
I seen you guys conspiring in the corner earlier.
No. Conspiring.
Just chopping it up.
We just chopping it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Remo keep his ear to the street.
Yeah, he's a Southern boy too. So
Yeah,
you guys got that in common.
Mississippi.
You felt it right away.
That's what we was chopping it up about. Yeah. We want conspiring.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, a conspiracy could be anything.
Yeah. I don't even know the definition of it.
Just get that out the way, just to start things off. All right, so just to get the full story from you, I like to do a little bit of background information and everything. So tell us a little bit about your upbringing and everything.
I grew up in the Orange Mound community. Basically like any other urban, I guess you would say ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
Drugs, violence, all of it.
Thank
was
you,
around me every day,
Anissa.
all day. So, it was impossible to escape. So,
What was your home life like?
Thank you,
my
Anissa.
home life, like, it was cool. My mom, she made sure she did whatever she could to make sure we had the best of what we could have. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I don't remember a time going without. So, and if my mama didn't have it, my grandmama did. So,
Okay, and Pops just wasn't around?
Nah, my pops was, shout out to my pops because we cool now. You know what I'm saying? But growing up, my pops wasn't in my life, but he was just married to the streets.
Okay.
I understand. I don't hold it against him or nothing like that. So my pops actually came to my trial. So,
So you would see him from time to time, even though he wasn't really in the family life?
No. It was times I probably went, 10, 15 years without seeing my dad.
Really?
Yeah, so, But I knew who he was. And then when I got older, when I would bump into him, when I got to moving around the neighborhood, getting money, and I see him, and I still always give him $20, $30 or whatever, whenever I see him, just because he was my dad.
Oh, you're making it sound like he wasn't doing too good.
Yeah, my pop was at one point in time, he was having a rough patch, but he good now, though. Yeah, he got 2 Cadillacs, a Lexus,
Oh,
and everything.
wow.
With one leg.
With one leg?
Yeah, with one leg, yeah.
Where'd the leg go?
He had to have it amputated. Yeah, for sure.
It'd be like that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like, describe us Orange Mound, because when we hear Orange Mound, that's in Memphis, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That's a neighborhood in Memphis?
Yeah, neighborhood.
North, south?
Okay, so we know about Orange Mound. Okay, so let's move on to when he talked about Lil Flip.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app.
I think by now everybody in Memphis and out of Memphis knows about Orange Mound.
Yeah. So that wasn't me trying to, I see you do your homework, Remo. That's crazy. Initially back, when I was in the streets and having money, I reached out to Flip and I brought him in and invested on a show. He came in, we had the show. It was cool, it was successful, and I also would see Flip in LA too, at this old lady house. Her name was Miss Grace. Well,
which Flip are we talking about?
Little Flip.
Oh, Little Flip from Texas.
Yeah,
shit,
yeah.
Okay.
And so I would see him over there. She would have the paints and syrup back in the day, lady, and off of Century Street, and she had boxes of drink. And so one day I seen him over there, and it was a time when she had ran out, so she called me, and I turned around, and she asked me to take care of her Houston boys for her. They was in town for a show. So I looked out for him, and he told me if I ever needed him, just hit him up. He'll return to hospitality. And I think it was a situation that I had going on in the streets at that time, and I had a warrant, and I needed to move around. I reached out to him, and he told me, he was like, just go get you a ticket, pull up, and when you get here, I reimburse you. And I did, and pulled up, and ever since then, we was locked in. So, it was more so like we built a bond, like, that was my little brother, you know, still is my little brother, you know, so yeah, that's how that started.
So what was the situation with y'all and T.I. though? Because I seen the picture. When you was there the night they got into the fight.
Yeah.
I think T.I. chain got stolen.
Yeah, that's when he had the Pimp Squad click chain or whatever, and you know, we was at the house chilling, and Flip got a call from to somebody that worked at the radio, and was just like, I with you, bro. I want you to hear this from me. And T.I. was at the radio station and saying he was finna go to the Clover and parade around and look for this fake gangster. So,
And this was
over here.
after he got his chain tuck?
No, this is what led up to it.
Oh, okay.
Game Over song out yet? Or is the music
Game
out?
Over song out.
So Game Over song out.
Yeah, so
this in the midst of all the beef.
Yeah, so we at the house, and I think we was getting tatted up at the time. We like, come on, let's roll. Yeah. So we go to the hood, and he pulled up, and I think he was with, I want to say he was with Bun B at the time.
Or T.I. pulled up.
Yeah, he pulled up, and he was like, yo, what up, man? You need to rap, homie, talking to Flip. And at that time, I think he had said something about my pops, Big West, which is Flip's dad. I love him like a father. He had said something about Big West on record. And so at the time, it wasn't really nothing to talk about or whatever. So, my partner ended up hitting T.I. in the face, and a big brawl ensued, and in the midst of it, we ended up with the chain.
Right.
Yeah.
So was there any kind of concern in terms of taking sides in this beef for you at that time? Were you concerned about being cool with both sides, or you just like, I'm riding with Flip, so whatever?
I wasn't cool with T.I.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't cool with it at all. At the time, Flip was my little brother, and that's what it was, I was just rolling with Flip.
I mean, the popular narrative, and I actually seen that there was I think it was Art of Dialogue, there was like a clip of Lil Flip talking about this the other day and basically rejecting this idea, but like the mainstream narrative was basically that Lil Flip and T.I. were kind of like neck and neck, and then T.I. basically like just surged ahead, became this huge rapper, and kind of left Lil Flip in the dust / like destroyed his career. And Flip obviously takes issue with that narrative, but from your perspective, was that basically how it went on the ground?
I ain't gonna say he destroyed bro, because we were still moving around doing what we needed to do. We were still touring, doing shows or whatever. I think what affected it the most is because a lot of rappers at that time, for whatever reason, had an issue with Lil Bro. And when T.I. came along, he was real hot, and a lot of them took sides with T.I. from Houston. So when the general public, when the hip-hop world or whatever see that, when people from your own city, rappers, your peers, siding with a dude from Atlanta, it kind of, leaves his imprint on it.
Yeah.
Has an impact or whatever, so to speak. But to answer your question, he definitely didn't destroy us. We were still moving around, did it have an impact on Lil Bro? I'd be lying if I said it didn't, because it did.
And this shit is all a popularity contest at the end of the day. So if the people start viewing you like you're the op that got beat by the new high rapper, I mean, that could be a tough narrative to beat.
Definitely. So, it had its impact. But one thing about Lil Bro, he a hustler. He gonna figure it out. And that's what he did.
Did you and Flip fall out at any point, or you just kind of slowly start moving around together?
As far as falling out, that's my little brother. So, we have a big argument at least once a year. And it's been times where Big West, which is his dad, locked us in the room together.
Really?
Yeah. And, however we decided to work it out, that was between me and Flip. We never came to blows or nothing, but, the day I got indicted, when they put me in the room, I still had my phone, and He was one of the people that I called.
Really?
So, you know, in that situation, to know you just been indicted for 3 murders and for him to be one of the people that I call.
Kind of says a lot.
Exactly. So, as it relates to...
He said indicted for 3 murders. Y'all know the other 2 murders he was indicted for? He said indicted for 3 murders. I remember it.
To now, I just been moving how I've been moving. And that's still little bro. You know, do I have issues with some of the things or he do or how he operate? Yeah. But it don't change the fact that that's still my little brother and I still love him to death. You know, I done been that person, like, you know, the front line person, you know, the person you see with him right now, this his right hand, I was there protecting and defending against him at one point. You know, because, you know, we all have our issues. Yeah. And I ain't saying Paul don't love Flip, because I know he do, but, you know, I was there when, you know, shit was crazy, you know, and me and Paul, we done had our spats and turn around, we be in the truck together the next couple of nights, you know what I'm saying? You know, so.
You ever have to save Flip's life?
Have I ever had to save Flip's life?
It sounds like you were the protection here at a certain point.
I wasn't necessarily, I ain't gonna say the protection, that's just my little brother, you know. I ain't no nigga protector, you know. I ain't gonna do nothing for you that I hope you wouldn't do for me. It's done been moments where we moving around and I think, you know, my presence probably has negated a few situations. We've never been in a situation where we've never been in a shootout or anything like that, but we done had standoffs. We done had situations where, you know, fans or just TI fans or whatever, you know, might get disrespectful and, you know, and I do me. And so with that being, I wouldn't call that saving his life. I would just call that just standing on business.
Definitely. Okay, so I mean, you said that you like got into the streets and all of a sudden you were selling weed, but like how deep into that kind of operation did you get in terms of like how much money were you really seeing at a certain point? Did you find that you really had like a business mind for how to hold this sort of operation together?
I mean, you know, when I say, I guess from the Vlad interview, when I say petty marijuana.
It was funny when you were saying that because I'm like, nobody in the street says petty marijuana. I sell petty marijuana.
Yeah. Well, I say that because I done seen lots of it. You know what I'm saying? Like 100 pounds, 50 pounds to me is petty marijuana.
Oh, that's definitely not petty marijuana.
I mean, you know, it is. You know, I know some Chinese.
100 to 50 pounds is definitely not petty marijuana. It's definitely not petty.
Lose tons of pounds of marijuana and don't lose a minute of sleep about it. So 20, 30, 40 pounds is petty marijuana where I'm from.
I know dudes who are millionaires that will still sell you an eighth or a quarter.
Yeah, I know.
That's petty marijuana.
Yeah, I know. I know a few of them too. And that's the reason why they're millionaires, because they're still sell you an eighth of marijuana.
And when I see that, I'm like, oh, you're losing your hustle. Yeah. Because there ain't no way I'm bagging up a quarter right now. But I respect it that you're...
Man, I got a partner, and I ain't gonna call his name. For sure, me now. I love him like cook food. Right to this day, he'll buy 5 or 10 pounds of some real good smoke just so he could smoke for free. So he won't have to pay for it. But he already rich. So, you know, it teaches on.
But it is true that a lot of people spend like really, truly outrageous amounts on weed. So I get it.
Yeah.
A lot of people smoking a pound a week. With the homies especially, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you got some homies, I can see that. But, you know, like me, at I think at my peak of smoking, at one point I could say I probably maybe I could run
Hold
through
on, here
maybe an ounce a day.
to said, don't let what he said go over your head. So here, in the street terms, what was he saying? I ain't from out the streets. So in street terms, what did you get out of that? What was he saying? Says Tamara, is there any way you can check to see if he is lying, or is all his record sealed? Yeah, everything is sealed on him. Neighborhood Superstore Wayne says it's 2025. Why they still doing I don't know, Neighborhood Superstore Wayne. He said, why they still doing drugs? Emerald says he throwing everything and everyone under the bus. The Alabama hitter says he was saying he bought 50 to 100 bowls from Dolph and Daddy-O. Oh. Oh. Well, I mean, I've worked for the, I don't work for the police department anymore. I work for the courts. I don't work for the courts. I work for the prosecutor's office. So I guess that would make, because y'all know that they be on, I mean, they don't have to get out boots on the ground anymore. They can hear everything they need to hear on the internet. So I'm sure if he said Daddy-O and Dolph is no longer here, but it's gonna make, I mean, that's enough for definitely vice and narcotic, the FBI task force, because MPD has an FBI task force. So that may make them want to be curious about Daddy-O. Emerald says, what about them 3 bodies? Quit weed legal in a lot of states. So you could call in. Let me put this. Hold on here. Well, I'm getting ready to send you is that you calling me? I done put all my earrings out. I don't know what I did with my phone. Hold on, hold on, y'all. That's what I get for pulling out all these earrings and laying them out. Okay, hold on. I'm getting ready to put the other number up here to. Hold on, you all. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting the phone on. So hold on, you all. I'm looking at the phone numbers. Y'all know I don't look at this phone like that. This particular number. I'm looking at the messages I've been sent, and these messages from 2 weeks ago. Anyways, you guys, here's the number to call. Hold on, I'm gonna send here to the link. Yeah, make sure you all like, share, and subscribe, okay? Okay. We're going to continue on to the one that was uploaded today. Okay?
I do know how to make a profit. And I do know some of the ins and outs of how hip-hop go. I know several people that have invested in artists from different neighborhoods, and when it's time to sign to the majors or whatever, they straight for the rest of their life. So that's the situation and the position that I was in. I was just trying to basically, I guess, an agent more so to speak.
You didn't want to be the guy taking them around to do club performances every day and shit, but you were thinking, this guy seems like he has the talent to get signed to a legitimate label deal. I want to basically guide him into that opportunity and then get my percentage.
Definitely. He definitely had the talent. He definitely had the street credibility.
How did you meet him, and where he from? What part of Memphis he from?
If you ask Drop that question, he might tell you 2 different neighborhoods. But he got a right to say he from Orange Mound. And
okay, let's go back. He talked
so
about
at this time, I guess you was flipping packs and
hold on, y'all. Y'all, wait a minute. I don't know what in the world.
and how did you?
I wouldn't say managing, because I wouldn't know necessarily all the ins and outs of managing someone in hip hop.
Was there a part before this? Because this right here is what was put out 4 hours ago.
Yeah, that's part 3.
So he started talking about straight drop in part 2.
Nah, this is where he started talking about him.
Okay.
I was trying to, but I do know how to make a profit, and I do know some of the ins and outs of how hip hop go. I know several people that have invested in artists from different neighborhoods, and when it's time to sign to the majors or whatever, they straight for the rest of their life. So that's the situation and the position that I was in. I was just trying to basically, I guess, an agent more so to speak. You
didn't want to be the guy taking them around to do club performances every day and shit, but you were thinking, this guy seems like he has the talent to get signed to a legitimate label deal. I want to basically guide him into that opportunity and then get my percentage.
Definitely. He definitely had the talent. He definitely had the street credibility.
From what part of Memphis he from anyway?
If you ask Drop that question, he might tell you 2 different neighborhoods. But he got a right to say he from Orange Mound. And I met Drop through J Money, and I'm sure you know who that is.
J Money serving everybody of Atlanta.
Negative.
Oh, you got a different J Money?
It's about the real J Money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, J Money from Orange Mound. He was the leader of Chula Mafia.
Okay, now what other J Money was he talking about here?
TIO artist. That just lets you know that this dude don't know what he be talking about. Adam. T.I. had an artist by the name of J Money, and if you know anything about Quit roll with Flip, and Flip and T.I. bumped heads. So why would he be talking about one of T.I. artists? But anyway, this is what I want. This is what I was going to say about this whole thing about petty marijuana. He went on Vlad talking about he knew Dolph, and the way he knew Dolph is him and Dolph did a couple of petty marijuana transactions, and you let it go. You don't say nothing else about it. You know who watch these podcasts, and then you go over to No Jumper and say he brings up petty marijuana himself. Nobody brings that up. Adam says, "Yeah, I was wondering what you were saying, what you meant about petty marijuana." Yeah, what I meant about petty marijuana was like 50, anywhere from 50 to 100 pounds. We call that petty where I come from. So basically, you saying that you bought massive amounts of marijuana from these people, basically throwing them under the bus. Now, Dolphin's not here. We know that, but we know we still got one left, and that was basically a shot to him, trying to implicate him and his organization as high level drug dealers on the low. You know what I'm saying? This is what we call dry snitching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you just put two and
So
two
you think
together.
he coming for Daddy y'all now?
Right, absolutely. He know what he doing. He know exactly what he doing.
Okay. Got it. Here I am getting the wrong J Money in there. Okay. There's a lot of J Monies from every city. But okay, he introduced you. And what was your relationship with him?
J Money just was one of the little homies from the neighborhood. When we had the nice cars and stuff in the neighborhood, J Money just was one of the little homies. You seen it in him. You seen that he was gonna grow up to be one of them. And and everything you envisioned for him was turning out that way. As you see, he was right there running with Dolph and with Bag, and everybody loved J Money. Yeah. If you ain't like J Money, it was probably something wrong with you.
Cause there's a photo of Straight Drop hanging out with Young Dolph. So would that be the J Money connection?
Yeah, that would be the J Money connection.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that was J Money's doing right there. Dolph was never a personal friend of Straight Drop, so whatever. I think Glock and Drop had a relationship or whatever.
But then Straight Drop have a paper route chain at one point?
No.
He did?
No, he never had a paper route chain. That was the paper route chain that one of Straight Drop partners took from Moochie Grape.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I think his name was Wayne or something. Wayne. Yeah.
So when we see the images of Straight Drop rocking the PRE chain or whatever, that's one that had recently been relieved from a member of PRE.
Correct.
And that's why they're wearing it, is to troll and everything.
Yeah, he was just trolling. He wasn't wearing it. A lot of people thought he was wearing it because he was trying to sign to them or something like that. He was just trolling in the video.
Makes sense. Okay, so but how far along?
But you know what? What a lot of people have not asked Quet, and I never heard him address. He says that, then he said he was Straight Drop's manager and they wanted to invest money into him getting a deal. Did he ever? He said he never had an issue with Dolph. I wonder, Dolph had a thriving record label. Did Quet try and shop Straight Drop to PRE?
Absolutely not, because Drop was already over there. And you see, and listen, I don't have no issue with J Money. You know what I'm saying? But you see how glowingly he speak on J Money. That everybody love J Money. If you ain't like J Money, then there's probably something wrong with you. That because J Money mama is more like his sister, like Trump type.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another reason for him to go in on Dolph. Man, the people that know that man got hella ulterior motives in what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know Kamisha White, she cannot stand Dolph.
Right. She hate Dolph. And
Hmm. So
let's see.
yeah, it's a lot. You you can unpack it if you've been doing the homework like we've been doing the last few years.
How long
You can unpack it. Go ahead.
Okay.
was a straight drop at that time that you met him? Like, was he? Do you remember like how many views he was getting, or how much interest there actually was in him at the time?
So, when I met him, he always knew how to rap, but he didn't have he had the buzz amongst his peers. He always been, popular, in his age group or whatever. And so, again, he rapped back then, but, it didn't, it wasn't like how it was when we were in talks, and trying to get him signed to a major.
Mm.
Yeah.
So when you're talking a straight drop and everything, are you concerned about how this is going to impact your situation streetwise? Like, are you looking at him as somebody who's involved in so much beef and everything that this is something that you got to be super aware of?
Well, tell me a rapper right now that ain't involved in the streets like that, with the drill culture, you know what I'm saying, drill rappers or whatever, so it was always, to answer your question, it was a concern, you know what I'm saying, because, straight drop was straight drop, he get busy, so when I had that talks with my brother trying to convince him to help me invest, that was one of my brother's main concerns. Like, what if we do this and he on federal probation, and what if he go and anything happen in the streets, then the money is just a loss.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just trying to reassure him and that, I would do everything in my power to make sure that Justin, was just solely focused on music.
Uh-huh.
And so we came up with the idea of, well, let's just give him 10,000 as an advance.
Okay.
And if we give him the 10,000, I get him to agree, look, it's for you. You don't have to be in the streets trying to be selling no weed and moving around. Just focus on making some music and let's just try to get this shit off the ground.
Mm.
So that was the plan we came up with, but it didn't work out like that.
Right. When you say your brother, you're not talking about Juke.
Negative, no. I'm talking about my brother.
Your real brother.
Yeah.
All right, because there was a story where, because I guess you have a relationship with Juke and you had a business meeting about straight drop.
We did.
All right, and how did that business meeting come into place?
Well, this was more so when I first reached out to Juke, and I told him, I was just like, one of my little partners just got released, and he real talented. He liked it, he got a lot of street credibility, which that's a requirement today of the rappers.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, man, you need to come check the material out. And
Pause that, Miss T.
Based on the
They got you need to check my partner out. He got a lot of street credibility. I don't nobody go in the damn in a damn record label talking about they got a bunch of street credibility. What he was saying is, hey, I got a young nigga over here. He a shooter too.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. I'm telling you what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Read through the line. I got me a young nigga over here. He just got out. He a shooter too.
He a shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Because he did say he was getting busy in the street.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You keep
And
going.
I think Quentin knew that conversation he probably had already known that conversation had come up about, he knew that they wanted to get rid of Dolph.
Right.
I believe they was putting the hammer down on it even harder. That he had to go.
And who else would you come to recruit some young niggas other than the nigga in the hood that got his finger on the pulse of all the young niggas? Listen to how he talk about what J Money and them got going on, bro. You 25 years older than these people, man. But you know all their politics. Okay,
Okay.
we listening.
Relationship, the respect, I guess, or whatever. Juke pulled up in Orange Mountain to come check out the material, and when he pulled up, and at the time, Drop had a few videos on YouTube. We showed him the videos. He watched the videos, and surprisingly, he was impressed, you know. And he was just like, you know, we need to get his buzz up stronger to the point where the higher ups would be interested, and we could go ahead and pull the plug on it. But from what he seen that day and the conversations that we had, he was all in.
And how did you and Juke form a relationship? And when did y'all meet each other?
Just from, you know, like I said, I'm real close to Juke's mom married had a marriage or relationship years ago. I'm very close to that person and basically to the whole family. So, you know, it was always a respect based on that. Started gambling together, drinking syrup. You know, it may not be no syrup in the north. He might call to the mound. It might not be no syrup in the...
Hey, Indigo Ray. Let me put this up here. You saw what Indigo Ray said? Indigo Ray says Juke needed approval, huh? For the higher ups to like him. But people say Juke made CMG moves on his own, they say. Yeah, right. I mean, he just proved that he did. Like we've been saying.
He's telling you what it is. He's telling you what it is. You take out the music and put what they did into the equation, and you got the whole story.
And you notice he said the higher ups.
Absolutely.
The higher ups.
To the north. You know, just when we were younger, you know, I don't drink syrup no more, so, you know, but, you know, we just formed a bond and, you know, off of that, you know, just your ordinary, I guess, street respect.
And so even you and Big Juke having this relationship, you never were around Gotti?
Never, you know, when Gotti was always, you know, out of town doing his thing, you know, the music, you know. Juke was more so the streets. Not to say that Gotti wasn't, you know, because Gotti definitely was in the street, you know.
There you go.
Stuff
There
going
you go.
on around Gotti and the fact that he seemingly is able to keep his nose clean, it feels like that's a very conscious decision that they don't want Gotti to even be able to be in situations where it might look like he was involved with something because they know how negative that could be towards the sort of empire that they're building. Does that feel like it's like a calculated choice?
I don't think it's more so. I haven't thought about that until you asked the question, but I don't think it's more so calculated. I think he just moved how he moved. You know, he always been like that. You know, you don't have to know him to see how he move. You know, he never responds to the hate. You know, or whatever the case may be. So I don't think it's more so calculated. I think it's more so just him.
Hey, huge shout out to Everything 420. Thank you for always keeping us stocked with goodies. Here at No Jumper. Seriously, everything you need is right there in the E420 app. I mean, everything. Whatever your vibe is, fast and discreet shipping, and they
That's
always...
the end of it.
I guess that was all of it then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The man was finna tell you how Gotti was and caught himself and said, well, you really don't have to know Gotti to see how he move. Man, this is all in your face. It's all in your face. In 2021, you had to call Jook over to see a video that you could have sent him a link to, and he could have watched it wherever he was. Okay. Okay.
with all the higher ups looking in the place that with the link.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why wasn't being a stepper a requirement for Big Jook? I mean, for Big Boogie to become CMG. Ain't nobody said Moneybag Yo was a big stepper when he got signed to CMG.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's
It's
bull.
true.
It's bull. It's a trailer load of bull. It sounds good though. It's good for the podcast.
Island Girl says that man lies like a rug. I don't know. I just I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what to think. Like I said, I don't see. I still see that there's a dark cloud. You know, I know a lot of people want to think that it's over, but it's definitely, from what I can see, it's not.
He know it's not over. That's why he so guarded with his words. He know it's not over. That's why he is so guarded with his words, and that's why he's throwing these subliminal shots out to the people from Paper Route. He know what he doing, and he know that people watching. He know the feds have indicted people off these platforms.
Hmm.
So he like, let me go and get my money and serve these niggas up on a platter at the same time. That's what he's trying to do.
Do you think that he's protecting Gotti?
Yeah, absolutely. Either he protecting Gotti or he's protecting himself from being any way, shape, or form affiliated with Gotti. But to me, it's six in one hand, half a dozen in the other. It's the same thing.
Hmm. I tell you, like I said, this is interesting.
Man, talk about Gotti like Jesus. He ain't never hated. He always stayed out the way. He kept to himself. You know what I'm saying? Jook was the one in the streets. Not to saying that, not you know what I'm saying, not to say that Gotti was in the streets. Gotti was absolutely in the streets. But you in the streets. And Memphis ain't that big.
No, it's not
How,
that big.
how you don't know? How you don't know Gotti? And you be in the streets.
Vision says he's getting a bag.
Yeah, he is. But I guarantee you, it's gonna cost him way more than the bag he getting in the end. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, you looking at Keefy D all over again.
yeah. It's definitely gonna cost
Right.
sooner than later, and it ain't gonna just cost him.
But I like it for him. You know what I'm saying? We here for it. Keep talking.
Vision says in all kinds of directions. What in all kinds of directions? What you mean visions? What you talking about? Psalm says getting a bag that he sold for his soul. The Black Barbie says, Marcus says the Memphis system sucks. The Black Barbie says, I wonder how Maria Mims is billing with all these interviews that girlfriend right here is doing. Now, who is Maria?
Got it.
Oh,
You gotta,
I
you
was gonna
gotta,
say, 'cause I be hearing Justice for Dow say Maria.
you gotta understand the verbiage of Black Barbie. All the men that she don't like, she referred to them as women. Yeah.
TV21 says, I'm waiting on him to fall in that hole where he going to prison. Hey, Dialogue. Hey, Harold. You can be an entrepreneur, speaker, or uh, yeah, what he say? Or you can be on a payroll. Hmm.
Yeah, get your job. But this is what he always wanted to do. He envisioned this when he always said if he ever come out on the winning end of this is what he was gonna do, and he had not. He had not. So we here for it.
Yeah, we're here for it. Like I
Mhm.
said, I think in this season, in this next step, I was telling you, I said I think I just want to. I'm just looking out the window and observing too.
That's it.
What's hmm
Yeah, that's
um
it.
yeah, the line is open. If you all want to call in, y'all can call in. The number is 901 667 0119. 901-667-0119. You all can call in. Tell me what you all think about the interview at No Jumper. You can also talk about Trump. Holiday Tracks just sent me this, y'all. If I didn't holler, if I didn't just giggle about the National Guard, but you all, we're talking about Hernandez Govan's interview, and we are talking about hold on, let me see. Y'all wait, they don't. Y'all, they stole the National Guard tank. Um, the Black Barber says he is sending out subliminals. He's not protecting anybody but himself. He'll make it look one way, and he knows that they're reading right between the lines. Pat B says Govan is another Donna Hunt. Who is Donna Hunt? Dialogue, yeah, I heard same are already there, I guess. Getting prepared. Hey, listen, this whole thing is terrible. I'm totally um, disappointed in what I see. Um, I'm disappointed in what I see. What Govan did, what Juk did, and whoever the higher ups is. We know Gotti, okay, but he said higher up, so it's more than Gotti. I'm very disappointed in that. Quit and them knew better. Um, they did. They knew better. So straight drop was presented as a um, you know what I think about? It's sad. Remember when I was telling you all when I was talking about how back in the slavery days they said that the slave masters when they would go alligator hunting they would take the black babies and dangle them in the swamp so the alligator could snap onto them to catch the alligators to get. I think that straight drop was used. Okay, they definitely used him, and they sure enough snapped him up. They ate him up just like an alligator would to get what they wanted, and that was Young Dolph out the way. So not only did they ruin Young Dolph's life, they ruined Young Dolph's family's life. They really ruined, with the help of Straight Drop, they really ruined his life. The thing about it is, Quet, Juk, and all of them, okay, they were too damn old. If they weren't gonna try to be role models, they was too damn old to be fooling with them young boys like that. Okay, regardless of how young how much these dudes are getting busy in the street. Straight Drop at the time was 20, 21 years old. His brain was not even finished developing. Your brain is not through developing until you're about 25 years old. So these dudes, and they were still already in their 40s. They wronger than two left legs, okay? And y'all know what my favorite quote is. God says, when I get them back, you're going to see me get them back, okay? He says, when I repay them, you will witness it, okay? So they know they got to pay. You know, when folks start talking about thinking that they got no, they ain't nobody got away with nothing, okay? Nobody has gotten away with anything because everybody knows that there's a price to pay for their wrongdoing. But when you start looking at taking a life, okay, you've gone too far. Go ahead, Hilda.
This is what I meant by the petty marijuana line. You know, he elaborates on it on No Jumper, but this is where it starts.
Now, what about Young Dolph?
Yeah, I know Dolph. I knew Dolph personally. Yes, sir. We did business years ago before he actually blew up. He was rapping at the time, but he hadn't blown up yet. Just being in the streets, selling petty marijuana back and forth. So yeah, I knew Dolph personally. He was a good dude.
Okay, and you also had a relationship with Daddy O, who's the owner of Paper Out Records.
Correct. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
what's that relationship about?
Just the same. I met Daddy O from. I got a brother named Ziploc from South Memphis, and we used to just sell petty marijuana years ago, in and out of hotel rooms when we were younger, just doing our thing, just trying to hustle.
Ain't nobody had no 50 to 100 bowls of green in no hotel room unless they were meeting with some damn Colombians. Cut it out, man. Just cut it out. Then you go on another platform and say, what I meant by petty marijuana was like anywhere from 50 to 100 pounds. Bro, you tripping. You tripping. Yeah, this is dry snitching in its highest form, you know. And we covered this on my live, and it just hit me in the middle of us talking about it. I'm like, damn, this nigga, I see where he going with this. Ah, petty marijuana. You Dolphin Daddy. Okay. Crazy word, but you don't know Gotti. Hundreds hundreds of pounds of the gas, and you ain't never came across Gotti. You that active in the city. Come on, man. That's all I have for that, Miss T.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Memphis native. Hey, listen.
Memphis native salute.
This sad. It really is. It's sad on a whole nother level. You know what I mean? Like I said, quit as it relates to Straight Drop. He couldn't have stopped the, I guess, the idea, but he could have blocked that as it relates to Straight Drop and Cornelius, because he could have not been in agreement. He could have not been in what's the word that I'm looking for? Inviting as it relates to when Juke came to him with that idea, because he sure did it.
I agree.
He could have said, "No, bruh, no, this my artist. I don't want him getting caught up in nothing like that. Nah, I'm gonna do this another way."
I really don't believe it was. This is just me. I don't believe it had nothing to do with no music. Music would have been the fallback if anything happened. That's just my opinion. Now, if he had succeeded, which they did succeed halfway, but if they had succeeded and nobody got caught for this, yeah, he would be the newest Z and L who. It would probably be Straight Drop. It would probably be Straight Drop.
And
You
they
know.
probably wouldn't have let him fade out by now.
Mm-mm. Now he'd be hanging with 10%, dropping videos on your Instagram and nobody even know.
That's strange within itself.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It really is. I tell you, how you tapped in with these folks, and you that much older than them. It's crazy. Just tell them. Just tell the people you was truly too. You was truly too. Huh. Ain't nobody forgot the hat when you took the picture in the car with free Trula G on the hat. Then they pull up the phone records in the court during your trial, and one of the one of the phone calls from you, well, from Straight Drop was the Trula G. Come on, man, you was Trula too. Just tell them you beat it. You ain't got nothing to prove. You ain't got nothing to lose, right? Tell them you was the OG. Is it crazy, man?
Who you think Unc was?
I think it was Jook. After all of this, I think it was Jook. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Now that was a minute why what I'm saying. I, D Muller gave an interview and was calling Unc. He was calling head Unc. But you know what I'm saying. When you really look at it, it's looking like it very well may be Jook.
He said they ain't rocking with 10%. He talked too much, but ain't nobody heard 10% say nothing.
Ain't nobody heard 10% say nothing, rap nothing. They don't bump his post, nothing. After 2022, you'll be hard served to find somebody that got a push from CMG. It's all about Glorilla. They ain't pushing Moneybag Yo like that, ESTG like that. Mozzie left because the fit one right. It's all about Glow. And salute to her. I ain't hating on Glow, but folks talking about they doing this, doing that, and the third. Ain't nobody over there getting no type of promo or showcasing, but Glorilla. Bro dropped a pic on his Instagram the other day. CMG millionaires. Who was it? Him and Glow.
Hmm.
And damn sure wasn't Big Boogie. Big Boogie over there crying because he let his homeboy use a chain to get a female, and the female got him for it. Hey, so
Do he even push Big Boogie? He'll share him on his page one sometimes.
I guess I can't recall, so but I can't say.
Cause was it Mr. N? Is Big Boogie CMG? Is he? I'm trying to think of what Mr. N say. It's Boogie CMG. I guess
he
he is. I
he
don't know.
CMG. He CMG. Yeah. None of them dudes get no push. You know. Did y'all hear Glorilla new this song? Yeah, I did. Yeah. I didn't think he pushed Boogie. It's
He
pretty
said
sad.
Cypher said he don't push Big Boogie.
Mm-mm.
Well, didn't another Memphis vlogger say got it and won't Big Boogie, didn't it? It was Juke
Right.
that wanted Big Boogie and got it. It was another Memphis vlogger that said that on my platform. Got it and want Big Boogie. He didn't want to sign it.
I can believe that. J4D said Lambert was on. And Lambert was one of the unks. Yeah.
He said, "What he said? He said Jessica Doll said Lambert was Unc.
A lot of people don't include Lambert McDaniel because of the simple fact You know what I'm saying? He's so playful and look like he don't know what's going on. You know them type of people that always, and they always joking about something. They all, like, yeah, he don't know what's going on. But yeah, he was one of the unks. Hmm. I don't really say much about him because there's a young lady that's subbed to my channel that um that's her relative. So I just let it go.
I've never heard. I've never seen him. Or is he
Hmm.
from out of Memphis?
Yeah, light complected guy with gray hair, tall.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Hmm. A tall, light complected guy.
Hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, bro. He on a heater right now. You know, I don't know if the whole country is still interested in what he got to say, but the South definitely tapping in with what he got to say.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, well, people are interested.
right,
I think people are also kind of in shock that he's already out doing interviews, and his interviews definitely. Um, I don't know. You, I don't know. I don't. I can see stuff from both angles.
right,
Mo, when I say that, I can see where he's letting it be known that Gotti, um, basically was the one that they said it. His lawyer said it
right.
that Gotti
But
paid for the attorneys and all of that. His lawyer says, "Why wasn't Gotti and Juke
and
arrested or indicted or whatever?"
and I'm gonna tell you, you asked, is he defending Gotti or trying to protect Gotti? Now that I really think about it, I think the comments that he give to Gotti is way more about his relationship with Jay Money and them people.
His relationship with who?
Jay Money and them people. Just the way that he throwing out subliminals and trying to trash Dolph Legacy. I think that's got more to do with his relationship with them people, with Jay Money Mom and whatnot, than anything.
And Quit know he wrong for that. Why on earth would he knows that the majority of the people feel that he's guilty, like he's gotten away. So why on the heels of basically being given a second chance? Why on God's green earth would he come out and basically try and throw trash on the man's legacy as if he don't know that Young God's family is already still really grieving?
Well, that's because it's in him. That's the motive the whole time. I mean, if people would step back from this and look at it, that's the motive. That's what make you a facilitator. You got a true disdain. You ain't saying it, and you being very polite on these podcasts. You basically telling people, in a way that is, now that I think about it, um, Gotti never said nothing about Dolph. It was always Dolph, um, talking about him, his brother, and sometimes his family. It's like, oh, okay. If you didn't know, because the way he presented like he don't have a bone in the fight. I never had an issue with Dolph, but in all actuality, you had a major issue with Dolph. I'm willing to say the same way that Kamisha felt about Dolph behind J Money and D Money is the same way that he felt. Is that far fetched? Is it a reach? I don't think so.
No, I don't. It's starting to look more and more like it.
It really is. And as far as his comments on Gotti, I don't really think that that's you know, to protect Gotti from anything. It's more so to protect him from anybody want to take this federal. He trying to get out in front of it. So
Well, hey, I guess in a perfect world, all of this would be over. But being that everybody knows, we all know that Quet was not the one. He was in the car, but he was definitely not the one driving. The people with the money was.
right.
I don't believe that the federal government would let something like that go because
You
their
wouldn't
goal is and always have been to get to the money.
you wouldn't think they would. And like we just said on live stream a little while ago, they're not gonna come until they feel like they got an ironclad case.
That's true.
Yeah, they're not gonna hop out half cocked and indict nobody and make a big fuss out of it. When they come, they're gonna have all their ducks in a row. They're gonna be able to show you what they believe happened, and that's that.
And it'll probably, you never know. It'd be more than young Dolph that some of these people get indicted for.
That's true.
Mhm.
That's true. It's usually always a shocker in there when them people come.
Yeah, it's always they are. It's when they come correct.
Hmm.
That's why they spend years perfecting
Right.
a case.
And if they come up short, it's hell to pay. You know,
Hmm.
when Diddy when Diddy beat two out of them five charges, them folks fired that prosecutor.
Sure did.
So don't don't
Sure
don't,
did.
don't think they're gonna half step. Yeah, don't think they're gonna half step. And with them not half stepping comes time. It comes with time. So there's that.
Hmm.
So
It all goes back to, and I just remember this. I didn't ask for it. Um, a dear friend of mine, just out of the blue, calling me and saying something, and giving me I guess giving me a definition of what a RICO was. Just getting into explaining everything to me, which I already knew what a RICO was, and then what he said afterwards. So, um, hey, I just kind of still kind of not kind of. I just waited out. So, hey, I believe in without a doubt. I believe without a doubt. That's why I don't waver. Um, I don't rush things. I believe without a doubt, Young Dolph's family will get justice in totality. And not only that, all of the families that have been affected that we don't even know about, um, and that could, you know, that's just what I believe.
yeah. But as it relates to Dolph, you would think somebody would be screaming from the rooftops giving the verdict, but they haven't.
Nobody has said anything, have they?
Nope. Not a word. Not a word. So time will tell.
Yeah, time to tell. And,
Hmm.
it's been has it been almost a month?
It's
Yeah,
getting
the
close.
19th. The 19th will be a month, right?
Hmm.
And nobody has said anything. And you, hey, um, I do know when pressure busts pipes, and that verdict probably put a lot of people up under pressure.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. From the state level all the way
To,
down to the city.
mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So pressure bust pipes. So hey, listen. I, mm, I don't know what I tell you. Psalm says something is going to happen. That's why they're trying to clean their images up. Do Gotti even post anymore?
He
I don't
do.
really.
He gonna post glow any chance he get. And he gonna post zillionaire though. You know, if you just went by the fact that of what he posted, you would think that those were the only two people on CMG. I don't know what his relationship is with Moneybag Yo, but he don't really post him. He don't post Book. He never posted Book. ESTG not doing that right now. You know what I'm saying? Little buddy out of Jacksonville, I forget his name.
Papa.
Yeah, little Papa. He ain't doing nothing.
He don't post the little short one
Which one?
from out of Michigan.
Oh, 42 Doug. He ain't really been doing that. Hmm.
Mm.
So it's interesting. It's interesting, you know. But it's one of those things that a lot of people can keep talking about. Man, when you speak to something that you really convicted about, and you got passion for, I just can't keep harping on it. I'm gonna let them do what they do, and when they come out, guess what? We'll be there.
We'll be there when they come out.
What the news say? News when it happens first. Yeah, we're gonna be right there. We'll be right there, and we're gonna have Steven up here.
I know that.
Gotti doing 100 years. Gotti gonna do 100 years. Y'all wait. Just wait and see. I told y'all. I told y'all. Hmm. Yeah, we're
Hey, and
gonna
you
be
know
right.
what? I want to see Howard Burnett. Did you get a chance to look at that interview?
I went back and looked at it.
I really want to see them get justice also.
Yeah, yeah, they deserve it. They deserve it. You know what I'm
And
saying?
and anybody else who has family members that have been victims of any crime by anybody,
Yeah, absolutely. But especially by this bunch.
especially by this bunch. And Howard Burnett's brother was very open with the fact that he feel like maybe a person or two in this bunch could be involved.
Yeah,
That
I know.
being Justin Johnson and the young lady.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can believe that. I did see the part where he said that when he found out who the girl's mother was, that he kind of did a double take because she was kind of like she moved around with the gangsters when he was in high school.
Yeah, he did say he warned his brother. He's very blunt. I like him. He's very blunt. He said when he found out he went to school with the young lady's mom. When he found out who the young lady's mother was, he tried to warn his brother because she hung with a group of people. They was bad about setting up guys that they felt like I guess was swanging. You know, I'm old school.
This is swanging.
Swanging.
But down here we used to call it slanging. And boy, slanging real good.
Called it
Yeah.
swanging 100.
Oh my goodness. But yeah. But I'm gonna tell you something, and with all due respect to the Barnett family, the rumor around Rico Barnett was he had them bowls. He did taxes, but he had them bowls too. That provides a motive.
Well, he was very open about, his brother sold a little weed and stuff on the side too,
Mm-hmm.
which is why the young lady was um possibly been attracted to him. Hold on, so people been trying to call in and I didn't see this. Hold on, let me call them back. Y'all, I'm calling y'all back. I don't know why the phone didn't ring.
Hey, the other petty marijuana dealers in the city might see that as as a op competition.
But that would still go back to that's probably the same little group, huh?
Same little group.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Orange Mountain Quet and the Funky Bunch. Mm-hmm.
I don't know why this phone didn't ring. Hello? Hello?
This is Harold.
Hey Harold, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
And you see that last text I sent you about I would love for you to meet my pastor. She turned 75 on the 30th this month.
Yeah, I saw it.
I'm telling you would thank me later on if you met her.
Mm-hmm.
But are you on live now?
Yeah, I'm on live. I thought you was calling in about the topic.
I had a question.
Okay.
About the topic. We've been
Mute him up.
Following this with some rules now, so I want to ask you a question as much as you can. Allow me to know. I know you're probably you're not gonna go off into any depth, but do you think that Cornelius and Justin are the only ones, the only shooters at that day?
Yeah.
You think that?
Mm-hmm. I think that Cornelius and Justin were the only two shooters that day.
So you don't think there was nobody up there?
I know people have said they think that Hernandez Govan was there. I don't believe if he was there, he wasn't there shooting.
So I guess my last question would be: so I was watching Mia's one of her videos she made. One that she actually said a prayer at the end of the video. So you think that's from Mr. Govan? Since they didn't get him, they got everybody that's involved with is that your belief?
No, even if Govan had been convicted, I still would not have been satisfied because it goes above Govan. I mean, if you like Hilda said, if you listen to Govan's interviews, he will let you know. Juk came there. I guess he came and checked out straight drop and had to send it back up to get the approval.
I don't know. I try to how can I say? I try to watch my statements.
Mm-hmm. I think with the way that Cornelius was telling everything, if it had been another shooter, Cornelius would have told it. He told everything else.
I take in consideration that he was appealed here. I take a lot of those things in consideration when he was on. Not to say that he wasn't telling the truth, but looking at the whole situation with a lot of sloppy work going on in that. It's like it looked like, for me personally, he just looked like elementary when it came to prosecuting the case. So I don't know how much I can really take.
Yeah, the prosecutors were definitely the ones that was in the courtroom. They was definitely it looked like they had not done their research. They shouldn't have been in there.
I'm saying, let me ask you this question. So, do you, from the position of Cornelius?
Tam, check the back chat.
According to you, if it's something that if it's something on higher up, he's not gonna know everything that's going on. They only gave him like $800.
Right.
So it's certain things that was going on in that play that he didn't know what he didn't know because of the level where he was at.
Right. Well, I will say this, and then I'm gonna take the next caller because we're on live. But I will say this: if we're gonna, I can't. I would never be one to pick and choose what I believed as it relates to Cornelius. If we're saying, okay, well, he's a pillhead, so he's not believable. If that's the case, let him go, because that means that we can't believe that he was the actual shooter. Then, right? Do you believe do you believe that he was out there one of the shooters?
Like I said, I'm not saying that what he's saying is like that he got up there. He was just like, I believe what he know is his truth. Not saying he was, but and the conspiracy. It's like some like the big boy don't feel it's a little boy. He's so far down, so they're not gonna. He gonna only be able to tell what he knows. If that makes sense.
Okay, so let me ask you. I have a question for you. Do you believe he was out there? Do you believe that he was one of the shooters?
Do I believe he was out there?
Do you believe that Cornelius was the one that was shooting at Drake like he said he was?
Yeah, for sure. That's what the camera said.
Okay. So right. So he was coherent enough to admit what he did. He said that he was a shooter. He could have lied to the end because his mouth was covered up. Everybody knew it was him, but he could have still lied like Straight Drop tried to do. But he did. He put himself in it. So I just believe that, with everything coming out, Cornelius understood in order for there to be some type of consideration, he had to do what was necessary. Also, Cornelius don't want to be caught up in the federal case, if there's one going on. I think Cornelius has been told, and probably all the rest of them too, of everything that is on the table that he could be looking at statewide, as far as the state and any other, the federal, side or whatever. But and I say that the reason I say that is because we did hear Straight Drop's attorney, when he was on the stand, say to Cornelius that he was working with the feds, and then he said his attorney told him to just go ahead and work with the feds and tell them the truth, right?
Right.
Okay. So, the feds and the state is two different entities. We've consistently heard defense attorneys, they drop dimes. Now, you're not going to hear the state talk about a federal investigation because they normally don't drop dimes on when there is some type of federal investigation. You hear them kind of walk around it just like you did the police, right? So I think I've been saying what Quet's attorney knows, that he's a defense attorney. So he knows that investigators, police officers, and prosecutors, state prosecutors, if there's some type of federal investigation going on, they don't talk about it. They kind of walk around it. But you hear defense attorneys talk about it because they kind of want to put that out there into the atmosphere because they know that, that they want that out there. But he was able to play with that a little bit because everybody knows that Juke was picked up by the feds several times, and he was picked up by the Memphis police. That's why I say that the young lady, the young ladies did not do their homework, but we know that he was picked up by the feds several times. Everybody in Memphis knows that.
Can I tell you a play of the feds and what the feds do? A lot of people I don't know if you consider this not go there and trial, like say something to you for your consideration. Something a tactic of the feds.
Okay.
If you will. I've seen it. It's happened to me personally. It happened to me personally. Like, so I was pulling over in my super car, and I I had a firearm in there. I'm telling. I ended up the feds let the states let that go. But then some months down the road, the feds came and picked me up. So the feds use the state to gather information. That's what they do. So the feds been watching this from the get-go. So that's the play of the federal government. They always been doing that. They let the state do all the footwork, and they come in and then they splash you with their federal network and resources. It's just a play, you know. And a lot of these brothers just don't know that. I didn't know that.
Well, okay, so
He's right. He's
so
right.
so this was before I even started working for where I work at now. I do know I was told this when it first happened. Of course, I wasn't working where I work at now, like when young Doc was unfortunately killed. I do know that like there were threats. Well, they were planning to take out Key Glock. So what I do know, okay, is that when somebody was telling me when Key Glock was having those when he finally got back out there, you know, when they was like did that pop-up museum and all of that stuff like that. I don't think Key Glock knew it, but they was heavily incorporated in being wherever he was. Because it wasn't enough to kill young Dolph. They was planning to take him too. I don't like talking about stuff like that because I start to get real mad. But hey, they was straight ready. They was dead wrong for a lot of the stuff that they was doing. And before they say something, I wasn't even working where I'm working at now. So if you guys, fuck you, whoever in the background, she over there telling what they talking about. I wasn't working over that end. That was back in 2022.
Okay.
I had to say that. It makes me mad.
Hey, T, can I ask you one more question?
I
often thought about this over the years, but how much you know, in a Young Thug Rico, they use a lot of his lyrics to get him in jail. You know that, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna use any of their lyrics to get in jail.
I'm saying like in the Mo 3 situation, or even in the Little Durk, they use Little Durk lyrics to get him. That's why he in the prison right now. So my question to you is this: do you think they're gonna use any Young Dolph lyrics to further for him receiving justice? Do you think
it's possible because Young Dolph did, you know, he basically did put a lot of what they was doing to him in songs.
Very good question.
That is a good question. He did put a lot of he spoke a lot about what they was doing to him, so it's possible. And they was constantly trying to kill him. I know Govan know that. So why try and make Yo Gotti look like an angel? Govan, I have to catch myself on a lot of stuff because I get real angry when I start thinking about how destructive these older black men can be with no. It's a damn shame before God. Yep.
And one of the songs, I mean, a lot of people, one of the songs, a lot of people always want to look to is 100 Shots.
Well, you know, in the 100 Shots, he basically, in the 100 Shots and in that video when he was walking out of the hospital, he said, I know y'all didn't think, I mean, he basically put it in music.
Look, one of the most plainest, I don't know, I told you this some years ago on one of the live, but one of the most obvious and plainest one, I don't know if you ever heard it, but Gelato. Have you ever heard the song Gelato?
Mm-hmm.
That's one that's plain as you can say it. You know, he told you, he said it. So I just wonder if what criteria does our government hold when it comes to prostitution? Because we see in Atlanta and Chicago, we see in certain states throughout, in Florida, where the government use certain content to prosecute people. That's just a fact.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something. I believe after them 100 shots hit that van, Dolphin made a conservative effort to document everything. I don't think that was just to stay in front of the camera. That was to let people know.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that 1,000%. That's a good point right there, bro. That's a real good point.
Absolutely.
You gave me chills on that one. That's a real good point.
Oh yeah. And salute to you, bro. I know your family been through a lot, and we praying for you and sending well wishes y'all way, man. And hopefully y'all can get some justice for the situation that y'all had to endure. Not only bring the people who were responsible, but bring his ex to justice as well. She deserves it.
Who is that you talking to, Hitter?
Talking about Rakayla Hunter.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just know we praying for y'all. Family.
Okay, is he in here?
Did he hang up?
Oh no, that's Harold.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you gotta accept another call.
Yeah, I gotta accept another call. Thank you for calling in, Harold.
Yep, you have a blessing. I love you.
All right, love you too.
Yeah, I thought that was old boy,
No, that
Mr.
was
Barnett, but it's all
no,
good.
it was Harold.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to like I said, it took a lot for his brother. His brother did such a great interview, and for
What's
him
his
to
name?
Marco Barnett.
Marco. Okay.
For him to come on and shut up. Yeah. And for him to come on and talk about his brother, I know it's got to be painful for them.
Right.
Not knowing, that's the hurtful part, not knowing. But he came on and he did that, and
Yeah. And that's
he said
crazy. I
and I
went
talked
out.
to him again. He said no, he was like he felt like he had got released a lot, even though it's still painful. He said he
Mm-hmm.
really was able to. It was like a stress release.
That's why. I mean, I was at work when y'all was on live, and we was hella busy. Um. So when I got back home, I went and rewatched it, but I don't think I ever called his name. I thought that was bro right there. That's why I said what I said. But for real, I really believe the dog. Um. Say yeah, we gonna document everything. And if feds get involved with this, it is going to be such easy work because of the simple fact you got this man that is in the great by and by right now telling you constantly that he having attempts made on his life. He getting blackballed. You know what I'm saying? We got black youngster getting sent out. All of this is documented.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't nothing that you got to go and search nobody personal Facebook or Instagram for. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, it's messed up. It's messed up the way that it was done. It's nothing. It's nothing right about. It's nothing right about what they did. Cypress was in here. Did Cypress want to come up?
He was in here. Hey Harold, my bad. No wonder you ain't say nothing when I said what I said, but I thought you was I thought you was Mr. Barnett, but it's all good, man. Good call, good points as well.
Yeah, those are good points. Shout out to Harold. Shout out to Barnett. When I interviewed Mr. Barnett, I was looking at him in the back studio. And when he came up, we was before we went on, he was like, well, I don't know this social media stuff. So I said, okay. He was like, I said, you want to turn your camera off? He said, yeah. So I was trying to show him. He came up in how to get in the studio. And then when he came up in the back studio, his camera was on. I did a double take. I said, shit, you look like your brother.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. I bet. They probably got strong genes in their family.
They got strong genes in their family.
Yes, indeed.
The boys, I think, look like their father.
Mm.
And like I said, they were 2 years apart. So I know it's that, 2 years apart, they grew up together, in the same household, close.
Exactly.
So, they were each other's best friends first before
Right.
anybody.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. That's usually how it work out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
So I hate that for them. I do. I really hope in the midst of everything that Mr. Barnett, Howard Barnett, can be included. And I was praying, I was like, God, remember him in the midst of it all. And hopefully they can get that justice and be able to be one of those families that do, you know.
Absolutely. Because they deserve it.
Yeah, they deserve it. When you hear a man crying out, everybody has lost a loved one. When you hear a man saying, "Give my mother," he said, "My mother has had a heart attack and a stroke behind not knowing where my brother is." He said, "Give my nieces and my mother," and even him, because he's the boy, so now he's holding all them on his shoulder, trying to be strong when his brother was his best friend. And talking to him, even though he's the younger brother, he was more of his brother's protector. So sometimes it kills a person when they feel like, man, I've always been keeping my brother's protector. Why couldn't didn't I know? Why, all those whys and stuff that could tear a person down. All while watching, he said, walking in, seeing his mama hold his brother's picture, crying and stuff.
Yeah.
Anybody with a heart can make a call to Crime Stoppers
I
and
mean,
give those people peace.
if,
Okay,
if you look at the interview she did on the news, that was heartbreaking.
that was so heartbreaking. You could look at the interview from the first time she did it when he first went missing, when there was still hope, to when they did it again after he had been missing a while, how she was just totally torn down. Everybody got a mama. I believe some of the people that might know something about it right in this damn chat. Why don't they make that call to 528 Cash and give them people some peace? Disguise your voice and call and tell them people what happened and get them some peace. And if you scared of a Crime Stoppers tip, just tell them I don't even want no tip. I just want to do the right thing. Watch and see, don't your life turn around. All you got to do is do the right thing. They ain't gonna know who you are. If you scared, go get you a flip phone. Go find a damn payphone. Okay. Put a damn mask on. Go to a payphone. Do they still have payphones?
No, they do in some cities.
Go to another city. Go to another city and ride around till you find a payphone. Go in the backwoods somewhere.
I
In
ain't
one of these
seen.
backwoods cities and ride around with a mask on until you find a payphone and call and tell them folks in Crime Stoppers what happened to him.
Oh Lord have mercy. Mm, mm, mm. It's sad, but that's a pain you don't get over because there's no closure there, and when there's no closure, you can't move on. I had a friend in Meridian, Mississippi. Her son had been missing since 2008, and they just found him. You know, they done went all over the South looking for him, and they
Where was
found him.
he at?
He was in Meridian, um, blocks from their neighborhood, underneath the house.
Somebody killed him?
Mm-hmm.
That was somebody he knew.
Yeah, I think so too.
How they find him?
You know what? I don't know how they found him, but they found him underneath the house. The Meridian Police Department ended up finding him, place that they didn't pass 10,000 times.
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah.
If you think about it, I get to thinking about like with Howard Barnett. His phone was downtown, and with his phone being downtown, they what they did was, I think about Danny Thomas. You take Danny, I think Danny Thomas all the way. Like, what does it turn into? Somebody from Memphis, help me out. If you go all the way down Danny Thomas, like when you're going towards Millington, what does it turn into? It turns into a highway. I think they just threw his phone out down there, and they threw his phone out down there, and then on their way to go take his van to burn his van. The thing
Mm-hmm.
the thing about it is, I get to thinking about, like, in 2018. I don't know if they may have started putting up those camera red lights. I mean, those camera lights. I don't know if they was as prevalent. That was 2017. Highway 51. Okay, Highway 51. So I think they just threw the phone out, and then you know, they took his car and disposed of it, his van. But somebody know what happened.
They took
I
that van a
sure,
long way.
yeah, they took it a long way. I sure that's because they wanted to take it out in the field and take it out there and burn it up. I sure wish. I don't know if they still got that. I wish that they would. I'm praying. I'm praying. I'm praying. I believe God is doing. I believe. I don't know. Like I said, we had talked about the Howard Burnett case. Maybe we had talked about it, just barely talked about it, maybe like a couple years ago. And the other day when I left work, I was sitting at a red light and I thought about him, and something said, now, if there was ever a time, now is the time. And I know God gave me that for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Now is the time. It's going to be a whole lot of families that's going to get them some justice. And I believe that it's going to be all of the young men that have lost their lives that was affiliated with that little group, that lost their lives. Well, not affiliated, but came in contact with that same little group that lost their lives.
I mean, you gotta think about it. Paul Hagerman mentioned that we're not gonna say certain things in court because Justin Johnson still got to go to trial for these things.
Hmm.
That was at the beginning of the straight drop case.
That was at the beginning. He said so many people done lost their lives. But you know, the Bible says, be not deceived, for God is not mocked.
Whatever
Whatever
a
man
man sow,
sows,
he gonna reap it.
that's just what he's going to reap.
It's been a year, and he still ain't went to trial. That ought to let you know something there.
Hmm. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Cornelius go to court next week. It don't say nothing about him being sentenced. Cornelius don't want to do life. Cornelius putting in that work. They talking about he was putting it in on the street. He putting in more work, I believe, than he never put in.
I'm trying to tell
And
you.
he get ready to bring some relief to a whole lot of families, because the worst thing folks do is they think of junk. You know, people they consider to be junkies. They think they zoned out. They do a whole lot in front of them. Oh, that's a junk ass nigga. You know, they'll say that in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Cornelius is working on his verbal diction. He listening to Hooked on Phonics. By the time they get through with Cornelius, Cornelius gonna go in there speaking like an English professor, so
I'm
you can
telling
hear
you.
everything he talking about.
They're gonna have him well prepared and well versed the next
Mhm.
this next go round.
First time he went in there, he was all high pitched and everything. The next time he went in there, Mr. Govan and Mr. Govan, yeah. hmm Just imagine what he's gonna sound like this time. I can't wait. When he's supposed to be,
I wish that GoFan would do the right thing.
you can keep wishing. This man run. Go for him, run. That's who he is to the core. And salute to him. I know he got people that love him too, but that's who he is to the core. He is a hardened. Um, I'm not gonna call him a criminal, but I call him a gangster because he beat the case. So yeah, you are. Queta's a hardened gangster. That's what it is. And he well spoken. Yeah, I give him that. Whether he spewing lies in these interviews or not, he always chooses the right words to say. Um, he good. He good. He is not a fool. But sometimes we can be slicker than we think we are, and we trap our own selves. And I think that's what's gonna happen to him eventually.
Yeah. One thing these men are, they strictly they've made money their God and they'll do anything chasing it.
Damn right. Them Nike Tech fits is $150 for the jacket and 100 for the pants, and he getting as many as he want. He loving it now. He got them in black, white, gray, mustard. He eating. You think he finna turn them money down and just go and sit and tell his story and make it juicy for him? Yeah, he finna talk some more. He still got Cam Capone to do. He still he still got real life street star to do. I wouldn't be surprised if Real Tune don't pick up an interview. He finna get a bag.
Well, didn't you say he had $300,000 worth of interviews?
Yep. As what his brother said. Shout out to the brother. They got this channel over there popping.
Mm-mm-mm. I sure wish somebody would make an anonymous call and give Barnett's family peace. They can do it.
Mm-hmm. They surely could. Holiday tracks were good.
What's up, holiday tracks?
Yeah, they could do it. It's crazy because you know people out here moving and shaking. We know one person definitely know what happened, and she can come clean right now, but she won't.
Yeah, she could come clean.
But with not coming clean, you gonna soil your whole bloodline because once again, God is not marked. You line bruh up, and you know you lined him up. Can't nothing good come from that.
I think the next knock that she gets at the door,
hmm
she gonna either tell it or she ain't going home no more.
I think so too.
Yeah, the next not gonna be life or death knock.
Let's go.
Thank you, Kane Light, for being a member for 7 months.
Turn up, came like. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that too. Mm-hmm.
Mhm. We on the same frequency, ain't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Diane says, "Is Mr. Barnett on the phone?" No, that was Harold that was on the phone. I don't know if Mr. Barnett is in the chat.
Had me fooled too, Diane.
I talked to him earlier.
Appreciate you, Neo. You already know.
It says the Universe Galaxy. Hey, can I join your panel and bring up some topics? You can call in the universe, but it's got to be the topics that we talking about. We talking about Govan on no jumper and Trump. So you can call in. The Black Barber
Awesome.
says if she wants to go away quietly and raise those children, she will come clean. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
hope they. I hope they understand now. Crashing out ain't gonna stop nothing because one while they was gone in the beginning when this young dog's case, this was got the folks on top of their head so bad. When this stuff first happened, they was gone crazy. They thought that they could kill any and everybody. I think that's how that little group thinks that if they don't talk about it, ain't nothing gonna happen. They get that these folks getting themselves. It's probably some of them gonna have the damn death penalty when it's over. That's how
Mm-hmm.
stupid they are. Some of them gonna be looking at the death penalty probably.
And the main one said it himself. No face, no case.
Hmm. It was unbelievable. Paul Jeremiah. I don't know. I get to thinking about when they say that we're all God's children. I don't know about that. I get to wondering here. Do all of these people really come from God? Everybody, because look at how evil people can be. You
People
see
go
some of the
astray.
things that people do.
People go astray. One thing about God, God give you free will. You know,
It said
God.
they got the number and it said it's no longer in service. Oh, well, somebody must have cut it off. That's
Man,
all I know.
let me call it and see.
Okay, yeah, call it.
God never ventures away from us. We venture away from Him, and but yeah, they still God's children. They just choose a different route. Okay, let's see here.
Well, this show ain't ringing.
That's it, ain't it?
That's it. It's working. It's working. The universe galaxy. Maybe you dialed the number wrong.
Yeah, I
Mm.
just called it straight off the screen.
I,
So
I
it,
don't I don't drop the link. The universe galaxy. You can call the phone.
but yeah, this man, he going on these platforms and going through the circuit with ulterior motives, and it's so plain to see. I mean, even Adam can look straight through this, and he ain't gonna say nothing. But he looking straight through this. Many times that he done had Dolph on the other side of that table, right where Quet sitting. He know this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. And Vlad know too. Vlad said, he said, Gotti never talked about Dolph. It was always Dolph talking about Gotti and his brother and even sometimes his family. Uh, Vlad said, oh, okay. I know in the back of his mind, he's like, they're gonna have a field day with that one.
I tell you, they still don't give a person the right to put a hit on somebody. There's no
But
justification. Yeah, there's no justification for taking a whole human life.
right, even what we seen this week on social media, you know, bro was down bad, and he had some rotten thinking and bad perspectives. Yeah, I still wouldn't want nobody to, snatch him like they did, but they did. Black Bar, Black Barbara said, "Some come from the bowels of hell." Jesus.
Yeah, some of them do. And some people so evil that it is ridiculous. Like I get to thinking about us as a woman. Now I know how to, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like, I know how to stand firm when I need to. But I mean, I was taught as a young woman that women are supposed to be like flowers. Um, yeah, women are the models of the household. Because even when you go to a church, the first thing you look for is like the first lady. You're gonna check out the first lady, right? Check out her spirit and all of that. But
Mhm.
um, hey, it's a lot of evil people, and I know people go, even with men and women, they go, well, the circumstances, my circumstances have made me like this, and hey, maybe that's true, but I, when people go through hard circumstances, I don't know, sometimes it makes them introverted.
Mhm.
um, I would think that it makes them introverted, untrusting, but evil,
Yeah.
because we've all gone through stuff that have hurt us, you
Mhm.
know. But it's never it has never made me evil. I think things that I've gone through have made me wiser,
Right.
stronger, untrusting, and you ain't really supposed to be trusting like that.
Absolutely.
You're supposed to be wise, but
Mhm.
evil, no, jealous,
I
uh-uh.
I think it comes from when you were wronged and who wronged you. See, some people still carrying the hurt from their mamas and their daddies wronging them as a child, and that can make you evil, mad at the world. You're
Hmm.
hateful. You're hateful and low down, and you don't care who you hurt. Your words got venom, and you gonna spew them at will. And the only people that you attract is people with that same spirit.
Hmm.
That's all. That's all that you attract. And but that comes from being wronged by the closest people to you. Now you mad, you bitter, you don't see the good in anything. Yeah.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And all I can say is heaven help people like that. Lord have
Hmm.
mercy on them.
Lord have mercy on them,
Hmm.
spewing out nothing but venom. It's
Childhood.
just evilness.
Yeah. It's childhood trauma. Like Dominic says, childhood trauma, you know. And when that happens, there ain't much you can do about it except for self-evaluate.
My grandmother used to say, "You better be careful, girl, about the venom that you spit out in the wind because it will blow back in your face."
That's true. That's true. Mm-hmm. So that young girl, she full grown now, and she got a baby that's getting up to some size, man. Sometimes you want to do the right thing, if not for your own child, not for your own child, because God forbid she get um wooed by a man that has ill intentions for her, and something happens where she's no longer a part of your life, and all you can think about is how you was a part of the same type of situation in your younger years. That's enough to drive a person crazy. So yeah, if them folk knock on your door, come clean. Matter of fact, don't even wait on them. Come clean. Come clean. You know what it was, but that's asking too much. That's asking too much because the plot may involve you, and you're not gonna tell on yourself. So yeah, just wait till they come, and when they come, you know, you have to spend your life savings fighting it alongside these folks, and I
Hmm.
guarantee you they're gonna say that you gave them the alley oop.
I'm telling you,
Mm-hmm.
some of these folks that know, we mm-mm. We saw what we see how slick people get now. I think when people know about, especially as it relates to that situation, I'm sure it's a lot of them that know what happened to Howard. Some of these ones that weren't involved, they better tell it because we see how these folks move. They'll get together and blame it on one person that ain't had nothing to do with it.
Absolutely right. T baby say, I know people. I'm one of them from nothing. We didn't turn out to be bad people. Nah. And it ain't is listen, if you come from nothing, that's not nothing to be ashamed of.
That's right.
It's actually a testament to your longevity and your drive to make something out of yourself. You know, people gotta realize that everybody not gonna be born with a silver spoon in their mouth. God simply need a vehicle to get you here. So whether you came from an abusive household, you know, that's childhood trauma, but that can be overcome. That can be overcame, and you can actually make something out of yourself and change the whole course of your bloodline. But you got to be willing to do it. It's hard, but all in all, sometimes that's the vehicle that God uses to get you here. It only makes you stronger when you come out on the other side of it. Real talk. So
I think people need to appreciate too what's on their plate. I think people can't appreciate what's on their plate because they're looking at other people's plate. You can't even appreciate what you got. The reason people keep getting more is because they pay attention to their plate, eat what's on their plate, and once they eat what's on their plate and appreciate that, it makes room for more. Some people can't even do that because they watching other people envious, jealous, hateful. Instead of putting all of that energy into trying to make themselves better, they put a whole lot of energy into trying to tear somebody else down. I couldn't live my life like that.
that's true. That's true. It's sad.
It is, it's sad.
'Cause we all got the same 24. We all got the same 24. And hell, if you stop looking at my plate, you probably can get you a whole kitchen. Whereas I'm just eating off the plate I was given. You might get a whole kitchen with an island in that thing with all modern appliances. Who knows? It can happen. Cornelius is gonna be a scholar. Cornelius damn sure gonna be a scholar. He's like, show my face this time. Hmm.
And he's probably gonna go back to school to be a lawyer when this is over.
Judge, they gave me $800. $800. What am I supposed to do? I just went and got me some chicken and got me some pills. Hey, he's like, I went to get the car. I went to get the car cover, but Quick called me and told me that they was over there picking up the car, so I just turned the car cover in and went and got me some pills. I said, damn, I ain't never heard nobody that fascinating with getting high. Everything had to be some pills. And he was getting stupid high. He was skin and bones when they got him. Now, bruh, and that thing chunky. I tell you, he done lost some weight. He lost when he came in for the quet trial. He had lost a little bit, but on that leading up to that straight drop trial, yeah, buddy had packed it on. Might as well just go get me some pills. Yeah, Lee.
And you know what? That's so sad. That brother was sick
Yeah, he
mentally. I'm
was.
talking about with them pills. He was sick.
Mm-hmm. Now you can see how they used him.
Hmm.
They
That's why
were.
he becoming a scholar now because
Mhm.
now that he's been able to dry out,
They got
he
hell to pay.
they had him doing a whole lot more shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure he gonna that's gonna I this been what 2021. This been almost 4 years
Mm-hmm.
since 2022, 3, 4, 5. So he already done come out. That already done came. Whatever they had him doing, that has came out. Or whatever you seen him doing, shit. He ain't gonna
Missing meals,
incriminate himself more. But whatever he seen him doing, I'm sure that has came out.
missing meals, and popping pills. Yep. I'm gonna tell you something, and this is one thing I hadn't spoken on my channel or anywhere else. We were all under the assumption about this mansion party in Miami back in June of 2021. You know that they never mentioned that.
They sure didn't.
You know why?
Why?
Because when they said that this conspiracy had been going on since June of 2021, it had nothing to do with a mansion party. It had everything to do with straight drop, Cornelius, and paper route Woo. That's when
Hmm.
the city of Memphis knew that okay, they trying to take out paper route. Now, if you can go to Jook and Jook got the bowls, Jook got the weed, I mean the pills and the drink and everything else, and tell him that it was a hit on him, why couldn't nobody go to paper route and tell these folks that hey,
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
And you heard what Wu said. He said they weren't messing with the rest of them. They was after me. Didn't he
Mhm.
say that in the interview?
That's what he said. Shout out to K2 made it, but that's what the June that's what all the conspiring in June came down to. It had nothing to do with no mansion meeting. It was all about that hit on Wu that they screwed up on. Hmm.
I wonder why they was after Wu so bad.
That's a good question. That's a good question, especially given the fact that Quet then hopped on the internet and said he cool with Wu daddy and his mama is like his sister. So I mean, it's so much lying going on in the damn internet, man.
Mm.
Yeah. I met some paper route. I met some paper route niggas in the backyard the other day. Shook hands with them and everything. Some real high ranking people on paper route. People in the know, and they know that I didn't have nothing to do with this because they know if I had anything to do with this, that I would go in the backyard and put some concrete on the mud because I ain't letting shit slide. That boy here's so funny. You know what, Charleston? I put some concrete on the mud. I ain't letting nothing slide. Mm, mm, mm.
Said because Wu, that's what it seemed like. Wu tall, dark. It seemed like to me when they tall and dark, they be really trying to kill him. I don't know what in the hell going on. You sure right.
Adolph Thornton, Terrence Baker, Derek Harris. That's three right there.
Who's Derek Harris?
Rich Lord.
Oh yeah. You know, um, a Memphis vlogger said that God his people was they was kind of tied up in what happened to Rich Lord or it happened at his club. They wouldn't let him bring his gun in. They disarmed him.
That was crazy. He got
You know, my
hit.
cousin is Rich Lord brother is he's real cool with my cousins and them.
Hmm.
And so my cousin Reggie was like, he said he said Rich Lord was at home in the bed and his friend kept calling him. He wasn't gonna even go to the club until he got him up and out of the bed. He said, because when I asked him about him, he was like, yeah, I raised him. Oh, I was like, oh Lord. But he said when they told Rich Lord he couldn't bring that gun in, he was able to bring it in any other time. He said that would have been the time to leave the club and
Right.
not go up in there.
Hmm. That's one thing about Finesse two times. If he back then, if he couldn't get it in there, he wasn't going.
You can't blame him.
Hmm.
Makes
Um,
you wonder why they disarmed him because it's obvious that the other guy had his gun up in there, didn't it?
exactly. It reeks of a setup,
Mm-hmm.
and they hit him in the middle of the club, the middle of the dance floor, and
And
don't
ain't nobody
nobody
said
know
nothing.
nothing. Hmm.
Mm-mm-mm. And Rich Lord was tall and handsome. His older brother is tall, dark, and handsome.
Yeah, Rich Lord was that guy.
And he was that guy. Rich Lord was tall and handsome, and he was smart. He was super smart,
Yeah,
and that's probably according to that same Memphis vlogger, God in them blackball him. Rich Lord was really intelligent because he had a full scholarship to Christian
Christian
Brothers.
Brothers. Yeah.
Hmm. That's not an
Mhm.
easy school to get into.
No,
College.
it's not.
It's taught itself Arabic.
Man, that's crazy. Man, shout out to Rich Lord, man.
Yeah, shout out to Rich Lord. Rest in peace to him.
Yes, indeed.
Because I think he was on it. Even he was out there in the street heavy, but I think he had started a movement. He had started a movement where like the people that was in their movement, in their group, if they had businesses going on, if they, like flooring business, like my cousin had like a something he floored, how they install like what do you call this stuff like if you change a towel in your floor, whatever.
Yeah.
So what they would do is they would patronize each other first. I think
Hmm.
that what he had going on was a good thing. And if
Right?
he had lived, he was smart enough to learn their business and finance himself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mm. But that's how it go. These
And that's
folk
how
keep getting away with it. I ain't saying that they had nothing to do with Rich Lord, but they constantly keep getting away with it.
that's what it seems like. Anybody that stand on their own can get people behind them smart enough to
Yeah.
get a movement going. It seemed like they got knocked down. As far as Wu, we don't know what all Wu got going on, but they sure wanted him gone.
The Lord Almighty dropped something in the chat where he said he feel
Oh,
like that was their reasoning.
I bet he right. We see what they,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
they tend to go want to kill people about these women.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. A lot of folks said that was straight out reasoning for hanging that chop off in Billy Hardwick's in East Memphis over
And
a
where?
female
Over in the skating ring,
like in the bowling alley.
in the bowling alley.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Thank you, Joy Loves God.
I'm finna go on mute for a second. I just seen something. Hold on.
Okay. You all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. I want you guys to please like, share, and subscribe. Today we've been talking about we talked about the interview that Hernandez Govan did on No Jumper. And we also talked about Trump says he can say he's the only person that can save Memphis. Okay. Hilda says that they're saying that the National Guard is projected to come into Memphis in November of this year. I don't have no problems with it. Okay. We're talking about the interview that Hernandez Govan did with No Jumper. Okay. I really hope that God convicts Govan. It's obvious that he was given some type of second chance. Okay. I'm thinking about a scripture about I cannot think of it. I'm gonna have to reach out to my uncle who is my pastor. When God gives second chances and people don't do the right thing. And it's like it's on the tip of my brain, but I sure think about Govan when I think about that scripture. Okay. And then
What is it?
I think about I cannot think of the scripture when God gives second chances
Mm.
and the people don't do right.
Mm. Okay. Well, I mean, in a lot of instances, when you just refuse to do right, he leave you to a reprobated mind state.
That too, he
That way,
will.
you know, when your truth is all that matters. If you feel like doing it, do it. Hmm. Consequences don't even matter. If that's what you believe, then go ahead.
I get to thinking about this scripture too when God says, "And this demon you will see no more." I don't know why that's been in my mind. Y'all know I get to think about these scriptures because it's scriptures that get me through. It says it's likely a phrase that Jesus' words in John 14 and 30. He says, "I will not speak with you much longer, for the prince of the world is coming, but he has no hold over me." That's a word right there, ain't it? When you
Yep.
get thinking about these devils and Jesus, that's a word from God. The prince of the world, which is the devil, is coming, but he has no hold over me. That right there is a word. We don't care what the enemy try and do. He ain't got no hold over God's people. When you got the whole armor of God on, these folks better be careful.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts. I don't care what you feel like you can conjure up. Man, listen. He's already overcome the world, and if I'm with him, then you let me know who messing with me. Yeah, it's all good.
Let's see. But trials and tribulations, and God has to allow things to reveal itself here. That's what my mama was saying. because it reminds you to stay down on your knees. You can beat anything, any demon in prayer.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of us come through so many storms and we get out that storm and forget we even went through it, not knowing that if God delivered you from this, He can deliver you from that, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? He able. Period. Point blank. And I'm not trying to stand up on no soapbox and get religious with nobody, but I've seen him do it time and time again. Time and time again. You know, I'm a single parent and it ain't always been easy. But God will give you a witty invention out the blue. I didn't come in here talking about some man, you know what, I'm finna do YouTube. Ah, one of my homeboys died, a tragic death. And I said, you know what? Ain't nobody even talking about it. I wanna make a video and pay tribute to him. And that was my first video. A couple of days later, I was like, shoot, I'm gonna make another one. And one led to another one, and then we here now. Yeah.
And look at how successful you are now. And God ain't finished.
Nah, he ain't near finished.
Here it is, right here. Exodus 14 and 13. Moses answered the people, do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance of the Lord will bring you today. This demon you see today, you will see no more. Ain't that something? What he's saying? He'll fight your battles, won't he?
That's right.
Every evil curse, every evil thing is always reversed back to the sender.
Absolutely.
And I think that's why,
Absolutely.
when if you can make some extra money, everybody, we see how things are now. Okay, so I think everybody get into doing something where they can make a little extra money. This is like a passive income for a lot of us, right?
Yeah. Right.
And a lot of our subscribers, because they're so awesome, I mean, they have their own things going on, but they see fit to give, which is appreciative when they can do it because it's the subscribers that make the channel, right? But it is
Absolutely.
God that gives the favor. So
Hmm.
when people have issues with whatever favor or whatever light they see, whatever they, because sometimes the enemy can see them blessings on you, and instead of working on themselves, they can't help it. They get themselves caught up in all types of stuff, trying
Right.
to bring down somebody else, stuff that they can't get out of, instead of working on themselves. But I always tell people, if you got an issue with whatever you see, because I stay on my knees praying. I pray all through the day. I always got a prayer and a scripture on my mind and soul. Then
Same
you need
here.
to take that up with God, because it is God that gives the favor.
Right. Absolutely.
That's why I always say favor ain't fair, but it sure comes from God.
All the time. People sit up and see people send me $50 bills, $100 bills at a time, multiple times a night, and frown upon it. But I'm not misleading nobody. I'm giving good content with good banter and a back and forth dialogue with my audience. Same people to get mad when they see that didn't see me editing videos off a cell phone for 2.5 hours and uploading to YouTube only to get 38, 50 views on them. You know, it's a consistent process.
Hmm.
Now, when I upload, they gon' they gonna do 10,000. They gonna do 15,000, 20,000.
Hmm.
But that all came with time. It all came with time, effort, consistency, and a relentless dedication to make sure that what I say is not slanderous for one, is not um, clickbait for two. So I mean, You're never gonna satisfy everybody. You're just not. That ain't how this world's set up.
It's not.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, like I said, everybody can use some extra money. I work hard, so I do. I work extremely hard. We all work hard. Okay. Um, Lord help me. Okay. So the little money I be making, I be trying to save every dime of it. Okay, I do because and I be appreciative of what people give me. Right? I have a business, so I tell people all the time. Folks look at, well, you got a job and you do this. I have overheads, so that's why I'm always appreciative. I have a business that them overheads, you have to pay them overheads regardless to whether you break even or make a profit.
Right.
Okay. And there
Yeah.
have been many a times in my business that I've had my production company, I couldn't even pay myself. You're supposed to always be able to pay yourself, but there are times that you can't even pay yourself
Right.
because
Yeah.
them bills gonna keep on coming in. So
Mm-hmm.
I sure ain't got no money to just be giving out to when okay.
No, that's facts.
That's you know what I'm talking about. Like as far as giving back to the community, of course, because what we do is we get donations and stuff when we do to give back to the community. That's what my heart is. You put your time and stuff into getting donations to give back to the community, and then you show the people. Okay, you show them these the city and the county and stuff that give you grants and things of that nature. What you've done for the community,
Mm-hmm.
right? But as far as taking, I ain't never in my life, okay, took my money and just gave it away to some man hitter. I can't help it. That's definitely defamation of character. And for any male vlogger to tell that damn lie, to put that lie in somebody's head, I'm sick of it. That's a lie from the pits of hell, but I ain't gonna fight that battle. That ain't no battle for me to fight. It'll be fought, but it ain't a battle for me to fight. God got it. But for vloggers to be constantly putting that out there, I just can't help it because they want to stop the blessings that God is sending me. They looking at my pockets and my plate. No damn male vlogger can gonna stand up and say on their platform that I ever gave them $600 and something. Prove it. Because that's defamation of character. They ain't gonna stand up on their platform and say it. You know why? Because they know they lying. They already know I'm gonna put some paperwork on them. So what they'll do is send somebody else out to do it. And because people are so infested with jealousy, they'll try to bring another sister down. But that scripture reminds me, okay, Exodus 14 and 13, stand firm, okay, and God will deliver you, and this demon you will see no more. I ain't got nothing else to say about it. But God is working. I can promise you that. And I don't stand alone.
That way. Oh boy. Yeah, man. But it's all love. It's just keep on chopping wood, keep on producing good content, keep
Mm-hmm.
on making good relationship with the people in the chat that come and are genuine about, what I'm saying, supporting the channel and pulling up when you pull up. And that's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about.
Hmm. Yeah, when I first came to YouTube, I couldn't go live for damn near 6 or 7 months because old Rocket Shoes hadn't paid somebody from Fiverr to block my account. But I was dropping them videos.
You were still dropping them, wasn't you? You
I
didn't
was
stop.
dropping them. Mm-mm. One day I was like, you know what? Enough is enough. I didn't even know what was going on. I went to YouTube about it. They ain't even respond. Some just said, man, try to go live. That thing popped up. I said, oh my God, let's go. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Ain't this
And
something
we,
when you'll go and pay a hacker to try and block somebody else's blessings? You that intimidated? You going spending money to block somebody from going live because you already see like the talent and the blessings that's on their life. You know, the
absolutely.
pastor used to say the robbers don't go into empty houses. They don't go into empty houses to burglarize. They go
Hmm.
into houses that they know are full of gifts
Absolutely.
and try and rob them.
And I'm gonna say this: it's a lot of y'all in the chat right now. They got gifts. Y'all can do this just as well as we do. You have talents, and people see it on you before you see it, and they distract you with hate, with jealousy, with naysaying. Just know when they talking like that, and you can hear it, it's something about you. It's something in you.
Hmm.
Go harder.
It goes back, and I never, hey, to somebody that gave me a word this morning when I was going on, and the person said, Miss Tamara, Miss Tamara, Miss Tamara. He said, Miss Tamara, if folks ain't hating on you, you're doing something wrong. I'm a street guy. I always remember that. And they helped to calm me right on down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. It's always best to take a deep breath when you are angry and frustrated. Just think about it. Just think about it. Somebody said, "Who is that?" Oh my God, I didn't know. Yeah, cooking. Man, listen. People, people have set up in a finite mind that they're gonna make all the money on YouTube,
Hmm.
and you just can't. It's over 14 million content creators on this app. Everybody can eat. Everybody can eat. But people want to corner the market. You can't talk about this or you can't talk about that. I'm the know all be all end all when it come to this. No, fam. We all gonna chop it up. We all gonna chop it up. And if you ain't on BS in your content, then I'm gonna salute you. And I would appreciate it if you did likewise. But that's just the way it go. That's just the way it go. Oh boy, boy, boy. Yeah,
But hey, you know what? I think when you go through the furnace of affliction, it's the setup for the
it
next level. It's the setup for the come up.
is. It really is.
You have to pass tests. You know, you can't always you have to find another way to handle things. And you don't, you can't get on here bringing, hey, sometimes you can address things, but you have to find a way to do it.
Right,
But you don't allow it to stop you. You
right.
already know when you can pass that test and you can do it another way, handle things another way. You get ready. That's how you know you get ready to level up.
And this lets you know how deep jealousy runs from certain individuals on the app, which I'm not pointing at nobody. Um, Tia went through her trials and tribulations. I went through mine. T got 20,000 people. Um, Al Prophet does a video and said, a small YouTuber on a small platform down in Memphis is talking about the Young Dolph situation and said that Big Jook paid for the hit. 20,000. That ain't even a blip on the radar. Hell, I ain't even got 10. We on the road to 10. but we don't even register in the spectrum of high earning YouTubers, and people be gunning. Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Gunning. It's crazy. It's crazy. I ain't making no noise. I don't get no $10,000, $8,000 YouTube checks.
Me neither, not nearly.
Mm-mm. I'm like, damn. That's why when you deal with these bigger bloggers, you don't have the advantage of dialoguing back and forth with them. They're not even gonna talk to you. They're gonna run their content, and you gonna go underneath their videos, and you gonna talk to the people that's watching the video with you. They not talking to nobody because of the stuff that come with it, the stuff that come behind it. hmm Not to mention that if you don't have a good support system in the chat, YouTube ain't paying for these live streams. They're not paying for them. So yeah, man. But it's all good. This has been a journey. It's been a journey, especially
Mhm.
with this Dolph situation. I've seen some things going through this Dolph journey.
Yes,
Jesus.
indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. I've always said if you don't like what people talk about, I mean, I thought the same thing to do is not to even click on their channels. If you don't click on their channels, if you're not subscribed, they won't be in your algorithm. You won't see. You can say, can't you? What is it? Don't recommend this channel.
Don't
You can even,
recommend
even go as
exactly.
far as doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's insanity when you click on somebody's. It's either insanity or obsession when you click on somebody's stuff just to be mad about what they talk about, because you sure can't stop them from talking about what they want to talk about. Not unless you're gonna do a Yo Gotti on them. Yo Gotti already up on the investigation. I mean, I guess some of these other folks want to be too if they thinking about doing what taking the route Yo Gotti did, and that was when it got some hitters to take Dolph out. Other than that,
Mm-hmm.
you can't stop it. Not, and you got to be batshit crazy to be mad about what another human being does on their channel. I don't troll people's channels. I don't sit and listen to people that I don't like. Why would I do that if I don't like if even if they talk good stuff and I don't like them, I'm not looking at them. That would mean that there's something wrong with me.
Hmm. It's wild. It's wild.
But we come against that Yo Gotti spirit in the name of Jesus, okay?
And let me say this. Let me say this. Shay Arthur and Dominique Dillon from California, and they tell y'all what it is every night, and y'all take it and y'all go on be like, you know what? They said such and such and such and such on Fox 13, but your country cousin from down 22 down here in the Magic City can't say shit, huh? Okay, but these folk in your city from all the way on the West Coast, and they say something in his Bible. That's all I'm
Mhm.
saying. Don't fall for that, y'all. It's called the internet. It's called research. You know. Now, am I gonna tell you what's going on the street? No, I'm not on. I'm not on the pavement, and I wouldn't try to. I wouldn't try to. But the main people that y'all see at 8, 9, 6, and 10 on the news, they not from your city. Dominique Dillon is from Oxnard, California. They work on addiction They work on a diction that is not geographically based. So when they bring the news, it sounds like it comes from a computer. That's so that if they are from Memphis, if they go and get a job in Minnesota, they won't have that accent, and the folks can't make out what they saying. This is the business. This is broadcasting, fam. So I just want to say that a little bit. I hope that makes sense what I'm saying. 'Cause a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people feel like if you're not from the geographical area that things are going on in, you really can't speak on it. I don't know, fam. No, she don't because they practice they non-geographical diction. This is an actual thing. To where it don't sound like you from nowhere. It just sound like you an American. hmm So yeah, that's just my thing, fam. And I don't have no disdain or no dislike for nobody. I'm just trying to run my race.
Mm-hmm.
And if I make some friends along the way, so be it. But I ain't on the side of the freeway with my thumb out looking for no help.
That's right.
I met Tam over this internet, and you know what I'm saying. I felt like she was good ground, and she made good content. At one point in time, everybody felt that way,
Mm-hmm.
and we rocked out, and we still rocking. We still rocking. We gonna rock.
Yeah, we're gonna rock. We're gonna
Ain't
rock
nothing,
it on out.
facts. Ain't nothing changed. My dog Christian from Moscow, Tennessee. What's up with it, bro? Neo said that's why I let y'all know that I'm from New York and I love supporting y'all. I wouldn't care who does T like that. I rock with y'all the long way. Salute to you, Neo. And we appreciate it.
Yeah, Neo. I appreciate you, Neo.
Real talk. Real talk. You know what I'm
And
saying?
you know what the thing about it is, even when people decide, no, you know what, I don't want to rock with that channel no more. All you got to do is just quietly move on. That's
Right.
all you got to do.
Right.
Because
That's
there have been channels that I was in the bushes on, or I used to watch, and I ain't talking about in this sector. Hey, when they started, when something went on, if it got whatever it was that put a bad taste in my mouth, I just quietly stopped watching it. I didn't jump on my platforms and try and tear that channel down.
I just like when he first got on the live, everybody was making content. And I came across this young dude with an afro by the name of I Got Sauce. And I subscribed because I'm like, ooh, this boy got the tea. He really got the info. About 3, 4 videos in, I'm like, oh, he on bullshit. And so I didn't say, hey, you on bullshit. I just unsubscribed and went on. But I'm gonna tell you what it is. Some people, and this is not all cases, some people, um, they be locked in. And for whatever reason, they didn't get what they wanted out of the interaction. Um, and when it's over, they feel jilted. I'm not saying it's about any particular person, but it happens.
Hold on one second here.
Yep, it happens. It happened with me. Shit. It happened with me. But I didn't go to the depths of hell to try to get revenge. It's like, damn. But it's all good. Salute to everybody. if you're making content or not. I wish you all well. I wish you all well. Um, we can all make some side. We can make some pocket change. We can, and we can do it um, with dignity intact. You know, we don't have to embarrass ourselves on this internet. We can bring good content, and good content for the support is a fair trade, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I would never come here and smut no celebrity, gangster, or civilian. I just bring it how it is. I just bring it how it is. And if I'm wrong and I get corrected, then I stand corrected. I've never ever told somebody this is my platform and I'm always right. No, never, never, because I'm not always right on the internet or in real life. You know what I'm saying? So you chalk it up to that, and that's all you can do. Do right by people and hope they do right by you. But a lot of people can't do right by you because they don't have it in them. They don't
Mm-hmm.
have it in them. You know. So
They don't. They don't know how to do it. They don't know anything about loyalty. It's strictly it's do what I say. The moment you go away from whatever, because see, when people start getting mad at you because you don't agree with them or you have they have an agenda. Okay, so now you're pulling away from my agenda. So now you are a threat to me. So people are also afraid of what they can't control or what they don't understand. They immediately start trying to attack it.
right.
I've always had a mind of my own. Um, hey, listen. I didn't. I didn't grow up with a. I think I've been very honest about. I grew up in South Memphis until I was 12 or 13 years old. I had a good life. Okay, I did because when we was poor, hey, I didn't know. We didn't know we was poor.
No.
We was taught. We I was taught respect. Okay, respect of myself. That's why when I hear some of these people that don't know me with all of this, these all of this slander, I'm going, hell, what the hell these, where they at? Because anybody that knows me, and I don't have to explain that, they already know that I've always respected myself. I grew up around men. I had a father who was an alpha male, and I grew up around street guys, my cousins, who were alpha males that took care of their women. That's what I saw. And so that's what I've always expected, and that's what I always got. Because that's what I was taught. A man takes care of what he loves. He don't put his woman in distress for her to give him. I ain't never been no damn sugar mama. Never will. Even though now I'm old, I guess I can't be I can't be a sugar baby now. I I could have been a sugar baby. You know, that's when the sugar daddies take care of you. But I'm definitely not a sugar mama. Never have been. I've always dated guys, whether they were in the streets or not, that knew understood what their role was. If I dated them, it's because I saw something in them that I was familiar with, and that was strong men that made sure that they protected and took care of their women. I stand on that. I'll run from a Negro sitting up talking about give me 600 and something dollars after I cuss him out.
Debbie Hart, that's a fact. Everybody ain't gonna like you. And it's okay. It's okay. Nah, they're not. But I will say this. When you don't like a person to the fact that you continually just slander them, it actually pushes them into a space to get blessed. God say he will make your enemies your footstool.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll bless you in the presence of your enemies. These are facts. So if I've not wronged you in any way, form, or fashion, you just don't like me, prepare to see me blessed before your eyes. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Yes, indeed. Good stuff.
It some good stuff. I mean, it has been a good show tonight. Your show was good, and it seemed like it carried on over to that. We're gonna
Yeah.
see what Cypress gonna come with tonight. Hopefully, he is. He probably will go live tonight. Like you know, hey, I have hope for Cypress. I I believe that this could be with his personality something big for him. But he's gonna have to have some talks with God. Hmm.
It's physically poor but rich with values. Absolutely. Everybody from the trenches don't have trench mentality. You know what I'm saying? It's all about a mindset. If you feel like everybody's always out to get you or somebody did you wrong, then that's how you gonna feel and that's how you gonna react. You know, if you feel like you can't do more than, you know, paying a light bill and paying your rent and getting a few groceries for the week, then that's what it's gonna be. But if you got drive, inspiration, uh, God on your side, have a relationship with God, sky's the limit. God will amaze you, fam. You just gotta
Hmm.
let him do it.
Hey, hey, Raven.
What up with it, Ray?
God is awesome.
Absolutely.
And like I said, a lot of people, that's why I like to tell people, I love you. I love you. A lot of people don't, they didn't have love. They didn't have, like you said, parents. th- th- A lot of people have just been in survival mode. And even still, I be feeling sorry for people that have always like been in survival mode, even when they were kids. And I think that's why when my daughters would have slumber parties and they had kids and stuff, that just kind of took to them, and they wanted to come and stay at our house a lot. And I saw the type of parent that they had, and I saw that those kids were like in survival mode. I would always let them stay at my house because I wanted to let them be kids. I didn't feel like kids should have to worry about bills. They should have to worry about where they was gonna sleep at. When their mom was staying at friend's house and pillow to. I didn't want a child to have to worry about that if I could help it. You see what I'm talking about? So that's why when
Absolutely.
they attached to me or my kids, that's why when one of my oldest daughter's best friend, when she came to our house in the seventh grade to a slumber party, and then her mama ultimately just asked me, tried to give her to me.
What?
Yeah, yeah, she asked me if I could take her. Okay, and when she started staying with us, she was stay the whole summer. That girl had a lot of brothers and sisters. I could tell when she started missing her siblings. You see what I mean? And
Right.
so when she would say to me, when she said to me, Miss Tamara, I like staying at your house because I feel safe. There was nowhere in the world that I could ever just send her back home. You know what I mean? Especially when her mama was pushing her off on me. And
Right.
she feels safe at our house because they allowed them to be children. I made them mine. I made sure they ate. She knew she could sleep in my kids' room. With in there with them. She already knew that she could be a child, and that's why when Takirani, the young lady that lost her life, that I was showing, that boyfriend shot her in the head. I don't know what's going on with that. She came to my house in the first grade. Her mama had a whole lot of babies. And I would look up and she would be walking in. She would just drop her off because her mama was even pregnant with another baby around that time. And she already had about 5 kids. Okay, so that's why it hurt me. I remember those big old deer eyes. She'd be so quiet. And sometimes we would have to do what was necessary because she would be broke out real. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, you don't
I
have to go too deep.
into all of that, but I'm just saying I feel like kids should be allowed to be kids, and unfortunately, some people, and they're adults now, they've always been in survival mode. Okay, and so they might look at somebody else. She thinks she a princess. Well, now I don't think I'm a princess, but I had a good life. I've never had to do anything that I didn't want to do because I was blessed enough to have parents that loved me. And I think I've been very honest and open about, listen, I was a single mother, but God made a way. I would have been struggling just like everybody else if I didn't have a mama and a dad and a grandmama that was helping me. I would have been just like any other young girl because the dad is okay. Bless them. Okay, we're gonna bless them though. We all
Mm-hmm.
make mistakes, but it's I still don't look at other people who may have had their who kids' fathers were doing right by them and hate them. I would look at myself and say, "Oh, why didn't I choose better?" Shit. But God still made a way for me.
Wow. Oh, my four girls. Man, read that comment.
She said I had a slumber party for my daughter, and a parent dropped off all three of her girls, and my daughter only knew one.
Hmm. We don't do sleepovers. Hell, we barely do visitation. None of that. Oh,
Because
have
my
mercy.
daughter's friend, her mama probably thought she was playing us because she was leave what person leaves her child for the whole summer. I would send her
Right.
home when I saw that she was missing her sisters and stuff, and she would bring
Hmm.
her right back. But she was probably but when school time came around, she already knew we had her for the summer. When I got my girls' school clothes, because my grandmama and mama and them were helping me, we always made sure we got her school clothes too. So I think that's one of the reasons why we had her every summer too. But the child did feel safe.
Wow, that's decent. That's decent.
Lynette's mother says, Miss T, you also did an outstanding interview with Howard Barnett's brother. Please forgive me if I spelled his name wrong. Keep up the good work. You're a go getter to for sure. Thank you, Lynette. I appreciate that so much. And he was a good sport. Like I said, he was not trusting of me at first, but when he let his guard down, it has been a release. And he's a good guy. He really is. He is a good guy.
That's good. That's hard to find these days.
He is. He's a good guy. He definitely was holding a lot in as it relates to his brother. And I think it gave him a release to talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Bless that family.
Yeah, bless that family.
If they know the type of chaos and confusion they done stirred up on this app in the last 4 years. Oh Lord.
Lord have mercy, God trying to bless these folks. But you know what? They said the storm always comes right before the blessing. That's why I know that God is getting ready to give that family a breakthrough.
Right.
I was after I when after today, I know for a fact God is getting ready to give that family a breakthrough. The enemy always comes before the blessing.
Right. I remember sitting in old Rocket Shoes chat. Boy, he was mad as hell because he had just did a video on Rico Barnett, and he was loving it. He was proud of that video. And next night, the whole family was up on Crisco channel. That man had a come apart. They guilty. They guilty. If it started at the cookie shop, it's going to end at the cookie shop. All of them guilty. God damn. Uh, Skullberry, he ain't on it too. He ain't on it too. He got a cookie deal. They got videotape. They sell it at the TMZ. He lost his damn mind.
Mm, mm, mm.
All behind Howard Barnett.
And that family just trying to get some justice for they're just trying to get some hopefully hoping that somebody that actually knows what happened,
Right.
because they're connected to the whoever did this will come forward. That's all that family trying to.
Right. And listen, I know you guys watch the content to find out what you don't know, but a lot of times we present content to recap what has already happened. Um, if you come up on a blogger like old Rocket Shoes, there's always breaking news that you ain't never heard before. You got to be leery of that stuff. So I just need y'all to know that when Tam had Marco Barnett up on the channel, it wasn't to solve his brother case. It was to raise awareness about his brother's situation so that somebody eyes may find this live stream and say something. That's all. She didn't come up here to solve that case. I ain't never tried to solve a case. It's all to bring awareness. And if you ever came in here, or if you came in here that night to find out some new information, you might have been disappointed. But that's we're not in that type of business.
Mhm.
Just,
We
just
wanted for a person that was connected to Rico Barnett, that's in the end his brother would know everything except for what happened to him, right? But I think people had affiliated him so much with the Young Dogs case. When you have a relative, especially a sibling, and they were close, to come and say, listen, no, listen, this is my brother. I ain't on no conspiracy stuff. This was a father, a brother, a son, and we actually hurting. We want answers, and we still looking for my brother.
facts. And unfortunately, his case will forever be tied to the Dolph situation because on this app, that's how we even found out about him way back in 2022. I know a lot of people feel like they brought that to this app. We found out about the Howard Barnett situation in 2022. Just to be clear, um, and it was a good deed on Town's behalf to raise awareness because even though those of us in the sector know about it, everybody don't know about Rico Barnett. They don't know about this situation, and let alone that Straight Drop may have had a hand in him disappearing. So it's something to cover. And shout out to the family.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, we want for the people that really know what happened, that's connected to whoever Howard Burnett may have last been with, who is connected or might know why he has not his family has not heard from him. Because I really, I hate to say that I don't be liking to say that, but why his family has not heard from him. Okay. um that's the reasons why I do these shows, so that, because it's always somebody that knows something, it's always somebody that has heard something, and it's valid, it's concrete, that can give the investigators, which would be the Memphis Police Department, who is investigating this case. But he's probably, but we praying that the FBI, you know, we praying, okay, that the FBI helps to give this family closure too, because he could very well be up under the umbrella of all of this other stuff, since some of the same people is involved.
Yeah, and T Baby, right? I wish you had asked him about Shondell Barnett. Them folks look alike, and it's been said that they may be related.
Yeah, I asked him. Somebody came in and asked him. We talked about it before he even got on air, and then I forget who it was. I believe it was Lord Almighty asked him, and he says he knows nothing. He don't know these people. He said
There
they
it
might
is.
have the same last name. He said he don't know Shondell Barnett at all.
Okay. Well, that's what's up. It's a lot of misinformation, and I don't think a lot of it is intentional. You know, well, when it's intentional. That's why you have bloggers on here that didn't want you to watch nobody but them. That way they can steer the narrative any
Control
way
the
they want it.
narrative.
That's all they wanted. So, if you really truly trying to find justice, then you might want to network and bounce stuff off each other. You know, because just like man, listen, I can blog about A, B, and C, and Tam come right behind me and say, "Salute y'all! Hit the like button. It pushes the video into the algorithm. Today we're gonna blog about A, B, and C. we're gonna we gonna blog about A, B, and C. Her A, B, and C, and my A, B, and C gonna come across totally different because of the presentation. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not finna hop. I'm not finna hop on this app and be like, hell no. She knows she got that A, B, and C from me. Fam, boy, I tell you. But it's a
Ain't
lot of
that
people like
simple?
that. There's a lot of people like that. But in the same token, there's a lot of people that steal information too. But you can steal mine. You can steal mine. You'll never present it like I presented, and and the presentation is chef's kiss. It's chef's kiss. Yeah, coming straight from your boy Hitter. It's chef's kiss. So do you, cause I'm gonna do me, and I believe in my work just that much, just that much. So with that being said, it ain't no room to hate on the next person. Go on, get your coin, get your support, find your village. Because at the end of the day, what's for you is for you, and what's for me is definitely gonna be for me.
Did you see that part? Did you see the back chat?
I did. I did. Surely did. Hmm. Yep.
He said, "Is Shondell Grants a pastor and also has a homeless shelter, a hope to shelter?" I don't know.
Nah, not sure. Yes, indeed. But Miss T, listen, that's my time. I just wanted to, what I'm saying. I came up wanting to tell you about the whole situation about the petty marijuana with Quet, and we did a whole live stream.
I know it.
But hey, it was my pleasure. I ain't tripping. Salute to
I'm
everybody in the
glad
chat
you
that's been
came up.
rocking. Yeah, no problem. Salute to everybody that's in the chat that's been rocking. If y'all hadn't hit the like button, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Push it out. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the support. If you ain't got a dollar or two to send to Miss T, hit the like button. It's just as good. Salute to everybody. We appreciate you. Miss T, I'm gone. I'm in the comments.
Okay, talk to you later.
All right, man.
All
Later.
right. Shout out to the Alabama hitter. We appreciate him for coming up here and hanging out with me tonight. As always, shout out to all of you all for always just being supportive of the channel and hanging out. And as I've said before, we're going to keep praying for the city of Memphis. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep praying for the city of Memphis, and we're hoping for a turnaround. These all people, but especially we're affected in our community. This black on black crime, it has to be gotten under control, because if we don't, we ain't gonna have no black people left, right? Our race will be extinct if we just keep killing each other. And so that's one of the things that we definitely got to pray for. And let's just keep praying. You know, the enemy lurks to see who he or she can devour, and so it's more people that put evilness into the atmosphere and wish for your downfall. It's infested with evilness. They wish death on your family, death on you. They that's what they do. They feel like if I cannot physically stop this success, then what I'm going to do is, thank you, Anissa. Then I'm going to see if I can conjure up evilness to try to stop them. If I wish death on their kids, that'll hurt them and make them stop. If I wish death on their mama, but hey, what we do is we keep on the whole armor of God, and we keep the saints praying. And we're always reminded, as my mother was saying today, to always go back down on your knees and to stay on your knees, right? Hey, when the enemy is working, you stay with your head lifted to the hills, because that's where all of your help is going to come from. um, my help comes from the Lord, okay? And so my children are covered, my mother is covered, I'm covered, my family is covered, okay? And we got some Holy Ghost filled saints that work and pray with us, okay? They stay working. So battle tested, yeah. Yep. Yep. So we keep on the whole armor of God, and I'm just reminded to always pray before I come on, because our God can keep the enemy confused, okay? Can keep the enemy in so much turmoil that when you come on, they ain't got time to even come and be in the bushes conjuring up evil spirits. God will do that, okay? Um, and so and pray before I get off, okay? That's what we have to do, to keep on the whole armor of God. And I'm reminded of that scripture, and God says, and this demon you will see no more. So you just have to keep on, you just have to gird up. You have to gird up. And it's a good thing when you are consistently reminded to stay girded up. And that is with prayer, right? With the words that you speak out into the atmosphere. Okay. We just have to be reminded to stay covered, and to keep our babies and our grandbabies. You know, in a perfect world, you wouldn't think people would be evil enough to want to wish death. If I wish death on her grandbaby, you know, hey, that'll keep her, that'll keep her off of YouTube. Hey, but God says, no, I'm favored. So anybody that's got a problem with that, they're going to have to go fight that one out with God. Okay. And my grandbaby and my babies and my mother and my sister and all of my loved ones are covered by the blood of Jesus, especially me, because God has put me on the front line. And so that's why, hey, when the enemy sounds the alarm, we know how to gird up and go to war in prayer. And then God says, this enemy you will see no more. He says one can put 10,000 to flee. Can you imagine what would happen when all of the people of God got together and started praying against the enemy? He said one of you praying can put 10,000 demons to flee. That's why he says that where 2 or 3 agree, I'll be in the midst. That's why we have to come together and start agreeing to overtake the enemy. All we got to do is agree and come into agreement with the word of God. And we know God ain't got no hate, right? So that's what we have to do. We have to come together in agreement. And I think we got enough of us doing it. Right now, we're going to get some more. Because I'm getting on that prayer line tonight. And I'm getting ready to get them saints stirred up. Can you imagine when we all get to praying? It's going to be some stuff shook up. And God said, in this demon, you will see no more. Okay? And so y'all better remember that. Get some people around you that really can pray. Because I'm going to tell y'all something. I used to be one of them ones that get jumped on all them prayer lines because I was searching as a young woman. I was trying to find myself. I wanted to live right. I wanted my girls to see me. That's why when folks get around here, get the time out, well, you know, she did this, this, and that. You better ask anybody. I don't mean to be vulgar, but you better ask any man. Have I ever had their dick in my mouth? If I had, it wouldn't be nobody's business, but one can't tell you that. Okay? I know I got a little vulgar, but I had to say that. My bed was my sanctuary. I knew I was raising little girls. Okay? And so my daughters will tell you now, we never saw my mama with a man. But we saw my mama with one man. Remember that guy, mama? I said, yeah, but he wasn't my boyfriend. It was just somebody that stopped by and he left. My daughters never saw me take a man in my bedroom and spend the night in my house with my daughters there. You know why? Because I never saw my mama do it. I never saw my mama do it. And so that's what I was taught. So when people know that you've carried yourself a certain way and they've had to be in survival mode, they want to bring you down to the gutter with them. They want to project everything that they've gone through on you. But God says, this demon you will see no more. The people that know me for real, they know me. Okay? Most importantly, my kids know me. I've always protected my kids. If something had happened to them, it wasn't going to be because I had a bunch of men coming in and out of my house that affected them, that was touching all on them. Absolutely not. I was protected. And because I grew up in a healthy household, that's what I did. Okay? I ain't innocent, but I sure ain't never been no hoe. I sure ain't never been no sugar mama. Every man that I chose for real, not just somebody I talked to on the phone with their lying ass, but every man I chose for real, they took care of a sister. It was beneath them to ask a woman for some money, and they knew I wasn't going. I grew up watching real men take care and protect their women. Even if they weren't no good, they had philandering ways they took care of and protected their women. Okay? So I know what a man is supposed to be. I ain't never had to be no sugar mama. I ain't gonna be one in my 40s. Okay? But when you're going up, the slander comes. But there are laws against slander. There are civil laws against that. And the thing about slander and harassment stands right there together, neck and neck. One is civil, one is criminal. God says, this demon you will see no more. Okay? So that's right. I didn't have any and everybody around my children. My coochie is my sanctuary. I've always felt sorry for young women that had to sell themselves. You hear a lot of young girls say, I've been out there having sex since I was 13, but I had to do it. I had to do it. I've always had a heart for young women like that. Because I was allowed to be, I was allowed to be a child. I played with dolls until I was 13. I did. I was combing their hair until I was 13 years old. I was allowed to have a healthy childhood. I've never been in survival mode, ever. But I've always, me being a woman, especially a Black woman, I've always had a heart for women that did. But I thought when you're traumatized like that, you use that as a stepping stone. Okay? Anyways, y'all, I enjoyed this live with y'all tonight. As always. As always. Okay? We always get on here and rock out. We do our thing. And I do love you all, everybody that support the channel. Hey, we're going to keep rocking out, bringing that good content. I got some more cases that I want to bring awareness to, because you know, I this is how I feel. Howard Burnett's brother, it's something about, that's a stand-up dude. It's just something about him. I feel like we're gonna always be cool. I just feel like that. He's one of the ones that's the last of a dying breed. And so at some point, maybe in a, right, maybe before Christmas or something like that, he's gonna come back on the show. And we're gonna let him have the platform again. We're gonna support his family. You know, we want to be supportive of Howard's daughters and all of that. And we're gonna keep screaming on every rooftop until his family gets some answers. I just believe in the spiritual that something is happening. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell y'all how I know this. I'm gonna let y'all go, but I'm gonna tell y'all how I know this. I didn't know who was gonna be in my chat. Okay. And I know that I have a lot of people in the bushes. And so when we was Howard Barnett's brother, when I was giving the interview, I looked down in the chat and I saw one of the officers in the chat, MPD. I saw him in the chat being silly. When they was talking about the police, he said, "Yeah, I hate them. I hate them polices." I got tickled. But then I said, "God, I know you working. The right people saw, I do believe, and he will be one of the ones that is the right one, because he ain't just a regular. He's not a patrolman. Okay. So I guess that's why God put that in my spirit. It's going to take MPD to give his family closure. And so that's why I put it in their face, so he can be added to that. Okay. I put it in their faces. So we're hoping for closure, but I got some more cases, you guys, that I'm working on. One is in Chicago. And someone asked me to talk about the elderly lady that went missing that still has not been found. I'll talk about her too. Okay, maybe we can get MPD to start back talking about her, or start back, at least start some type of investigation, or reignite it, because it's cold. And there's a case in Chicago, and this girl has been missing since 2017. Yeah, since 2017. It's so long. I've started the video. I've gotten all the pictures, and I've thought about calling her family and seeing if they would be interested. I still got to have Clea's mom back on, of course. That's a case I've been working on forever. I have always had her on until there is some type of closure. It's going on 32 years that she walked into that man's house, her boss house, and never walked out. And they still haven't done anything with this young Black woman from out of Arkansas. There are other cases in Arkansas that I believe this same man was connected to. I want to bring awareness to these Black girls. They mean something. They mean something. So when Black women, Black girls go missing like that, we just let them go cold because nobody cares. They don't get the coverage that a Natalie Hollowell, who went missing way over in Aruba, got. So when I was doing my TV show on Comcast, and I still do, I was putting these cases on there. I got burned out, and now I'm back. Okay? Now I'm back. And I got an army behind me. And we're going to bring closure. We're going to put this out there. And we know that the right people that know is going to come forward and say something. And I ain't worried about a devil in hell. I'm covered. Okay? I ain't on here to solve no cases. I'm on here to bring awareness. Clea Hall has been missing for 32 years. Howard Barnett has been missing for 8 years. You got I can't think of her name, the old lady that's been missing, for about 5 years? We got Black kids going missing every single day and not getting the coverage in the media, right in Memphis. What, our kids don't mean nothing? I'm not supposed to talk about it. I can't stay caught up in no pissing contest. That ain't my calling. You can have that. I'm on here with purpose. I came with purpose. And it's going to remain like that. And if God gave me the vision when I got on here, He going to give me the provision and fight every battle that comes along the way. Okay? Every battle that comes along, because I come with purpose. I don't come with mess. I come with purpose. Okay? Anyways, you guys, I know we have been saying that we was going to get into that. Hey, with this Young Dolls thing, hey, listen, this next phase, that's federal. Hey, a lot of that probably what's going to happen is it'll be televised when it's a big roundup. And then we probably won't know anything else until this trial time, you go sit in the federal court. It won't be televised. Okay? But in the meantime, we're on here with purpose. Okay? And so we're going to give, like we did with Howard Barnett's brother when he said, Miss Tamara, I slept good that night. I talked about my brother, some stuff that I had been internalizing. He just let it all out. And even before then, we ended up, after he gave me we talked for 2 hours. Okay? And we've been checking on each other ever since. He said, Miss Tamara, and I'm going to always remember that brother for that. If they ain't hating on you, you're doing something wrong, Miss Tamara. I'm going to always remember that. That was a word he gave me. I'm going to always remember that. Anyways, you guys, I enjoyed y'all tonight. I want you guys to please like, share, and subscribe, okay? Let me say a prayer before we get off of here. Dear God, I just ask that you touch and bless and protect and shield everyone that's on here. Please touch and shield all of our family members. No weapon formed against any of us shall prosper. Anything, any lying tongue that rises up against us will be condemned. Any evil thought, any evil spirit, any evil word that came up against us while we was in this lie, we reverse it and send the curse back to the sender, and may it manifest in their very own lives in less than 30 days. I love you all. I've enjoyed you tonight. It has been a pleasure. I'll talk with you tomorrow.